Hello, everybody. Welcome to today's session. Just one quick announcement. The question, please ask them through Slido. You can find the link in schedule and this on the slide for this talk. And let's welcome Patrizia Gelosi, software engineer from Amarulla Solutions, who will talk about die design.
Hi. Scusa, si può chiudere che essendo si sente. Hi. Hi all. Today I'm here to introduce you to a cutting-edge design approach in Python, class merging. I will also showcase the package implementing this approach, die design. Let's start from the motivation. I don't know about you, but when I'm coding, especially in those massive and complex projects, I always have in my head this, if somebody allows it to, these principles and best practices, like, you know, mantras, single responsibility, open, closed, and all the solids. Don't repeat yourself, keep it simple, stupid, you aren't gonna need it. It's like kind of, you know, mom's advices in your head. It's not easy to follow all of them at the same time, isn't it? Actually, it's a matter of striking a balance between them. Sometimes you feel like you're getting closer to one, but drifting farther from another. And it's not unusual that the one you are drifting away from is precisely the keep it simple. That's like saying that your code is somehow getting more and more complex, less readable, less maintainable. So, hasn't everyone experienced this at least once? Someone nodding, thank you. In contrast, die design approach prioritizes ease of use. This approach stemmed from a question. Why do we merge classes as if they were dictionaries? For example, we have dict1 here, A1, B2, dict2, A3, C4. We merge, for example, with pipe. And the result is a dictionary with all the items of the operands. And where there is a conflict, the items with the values in the rightmost, on the last one, overwrites the left ones. So this is quite easy to understand. I mean, everyone is expected to know this mechanism. It's not even Python specific, it's across language, so it's quite basic. So my question is, why don't we do the same with the classes? We have class base, class ext1, class extension 2, and we have here some function merging classes that returns class merged. And class merged has the same attributes and methods of the components classes. And when there is a conflict, that is an attributed method with two attributed methods with the same name, the rightmost overloads the leftmost. So for example, in this case, A1 is in X2 and also in base, and so is the A1 in X2 overloads the A1 in base. And also M2 in X2 overloads M2, so it's violet and overloads M2 in green. It's quite easy. I explain in a few minutes. It's quite an easy concept too. It's the idea behind die design is to provide a tool to join classes together as the building blocks. Block building shares some similarities with class merging. Blocks may partially overlap each other, like classes may partially overload other. they connect together using studs and so on. I needed to say, this snapshot is taken from my daughter's playground, just to properly attribute it. I don't want to, when she grows up, she sues me, so just to be clear. To bring this idea to life, I created the package DynDesign. It's made of 4 modules. The primary is on the top left is class merger, which implements, guess what, merge classes. So now this function here has a name, that's its merge classes. And then the second significant module is the one you can see on the top right, for the cross-class invocation. This basically deals with the communication between merged classes, for example, dynamic decorations between methods of merged classes, and somehow implements the studs of the blocks. If we continue with the metaphor of the blocks, you can think of this somehow with this as the studs. So this is the status. It's been tested with Python from 3.8 to 3.11. It's available on GitHub. Anyone who wants to contribute is warmly welcomed. If you just want to use it, the easiest way is to install via pip. Very easy. It's also extensively documented on Read the Docs, anyone who wants to deepen this topic. Now, let's do some code. Now we are here. In the second part, I will use as a testing ground the collage sequences. Collage sequences are sequences of integer numbers generated by recursively applying a mathematical function, collage function, from a starting integer number. Collage function is quite simple. It's just a function that when a number is even, it divides by 2, and when it's odd, it multiplies by 3 and adds 1. So very easy to explain, but the sequence, as you can see from this graph, is not as trivial as the function, because, for example, if you start from 27, it has some oscillations, and then it reach up to around 9,000, and then it descends again to 1. Collat's conjecture says that each integer number at the end descends to 1. It's just a conjecture. Now let's have a look to a script that, how does it work? I made a Python script that just take it as input the number, the starting number, and then it prints out the sequence. If I start with 64, it's quite easy because, as I told you, when it's even, it divides by 2, so it's 64 is the power of 2, so it gets to 1 in a few steps. If instead I try with 27, we got exactly what you see you're seeing in the graph. So we have a lot of steps that reach up to more than 9,000, and then gets to 1. Okay, now let's take a look at the code of this script. The main body, you can see here, it just deals with I use argparse to parse the arguments, or the script arguments, and then calls collats. And finally outputs the sequence. Collats is a function, is a class, sorry, that intentionally violates the single responsibility principle, because I put everything there. So you can see the first half is deals with the sequence itself to calculate the sequence, and the second half from here it just it deals with outputting of the sequence. So yeah, I don't like it, of course. And so to make it a bit closer to the single responsibility, I just do another script. I will show you another script called collats. I show the differences. I just split class collats into class collats sequence and class collats output. I import from DynDesign merge classes, and then just merge the classes. and use it. Like before, I use collats. Very simple. This is the hello world example, just to show you how does it work. Does it work? Let's see if I have in cache collat split. Okay, we'll type. I didn't want to type here because I'm a little bit unbalanced, but I have no way to do. So collat split, it behaves exactly like the other, as you expected. So the same result. Let's now let's get to the next level a bit. So the next thing I want to do is add another option to this. I would like another option. Let's say, assume I invented another collats function so that generate another collats feature. My function, the function I invented, is ternary. Is a ternary function. So what I will do first. I will show you another script that is collats ternary. And so I will show directly the difference between collats split and collats ternary. So what did I do is tell argparse that I have another, I will show you a little bit better, another option, C. And when I set this option, when I pass to the script this option C, it will, and I have an if for this, merge in turn another class, which is collats custom, as you can see here. Collats custom is a new class that does exactly what I've shown you before, overloads some attributes and properties of other classes. For example, underscore name, the attribute underscore name, which is the name of the function, overloads this one from collat sequence, and the method getNextN overloads this method getNextN from collat sequence. So in alternative, we use this, that is the function that I told you I invented. That is a ternary function because it's based on the tripartition of the integers. Let's test it. So the name of this is collats ternary. Let's see what happened with, okay, first, of course, if I didn't put the option, it still work, okay, this is, you may expect. Let's see what happened if I put the option. If I put C, you can see that since my function is basically divided by 3, the number that are divisible by 3, so 27, it's 3 powered by 3, so it in 3 steps, 1, 2, 3, 4, gets to 1. Instead, if I launch with, for example, with 64, you can see that it's a little bit longer than, it takes a little bit more time to get to 1 than the original collats function. So have you seen it? I added another option in a quite seamless way. So the idea is that this class can be or cannot be merged with the other depending on my choice, and this choice is made at runtime. This merging. Okay, now let's take a look at the code of collats ternary. Can I say that I am satisfied by this code? Not at all. Not really, at least. Because, as I told you, in my head, I have these principles that, in particular, when I see this, I have like a dry alert, don't repeat yourself alert, because I repeated this. Not only, one may say, yeah, that is just 2 lines, okay, but you must consider, I expect that I will add, I will show you now, I will add more options. So imagine each option, you have an if, I don't like at all. Also, it doesn't fulfill the open-close principle, because we can say that it's open for extension this way, because every time I have to change the script. But also the most important, of course, is that all the classes are here. So all the classes are in the script, and that's really, if you consider the single responsibility principle in a broader way, actually it doesn't meet at all, because each class should stay in its should be placed in its own module. So what we need here? We need a builder. We need we can use a builder design pattern. A builder design pattern using merge classes. To do this, I need another feature of merge classes that I'm showing you here. Merge classes actually allows you to dynamically import directly the classes by passing them as dot annotated strings. Let's say, for example, I want to merge class base with class X that is in module underscore x.py that is in a certain directory. I just pass as second argument directory.modulex.text, and everything works automatically. Everything works automatically. The class is loaded and then merged. So when I have this feature, when I can count on this feature, I just can use this script instead of the other. You see, just I got rid of the classes, as each class is now in its own module, which is in turn in the directory component. So collats output, collats sequence. Each class has been moved there, and so now the script just deals with the argparts argument, which is what is intended, it's supposed to do, basically. Then this is the new part where it loads a builder, a class builder, and the builder builds the class. Once we have the class, we do as usual, we call output sequence. Let's see if it's work again, because I always need to test, to show that what we did is correct. Allora, let's build merge. We do some tries, 27. We try some. You can see it's worked exactly like before. Now I won't show you all the cases. And now so what we have now? Well, we have something much closer to the single responsibility, but also to the open-close principle. Let's test it in action. Let's try to add one more option. I wanna, for example, show everything in instead of showing the result to print out the result. I wanna show them in a graph. Okay. So what will I do? I will add a. Perché? Oh, lo faccio a mano. I will add another option here. I will add another option here that is collats graph, but it is -g, which is related to the class collats graph. By the way, I didn't tell you one important thing. In order to make the builder work, I use a trick. I just put as a destination the name of the class. So, for example, when I set C, I have the destination variable is collats custom. When I add G, I have collats graph. So the builder, I didn't show neither the builder. The builder just, I don't want to spend too much time to the builder, but just to show you how does it work. The builder builds the class, the main function of the build, builds the class by simply populating a list of class names depending on the options, then convert them to paths in dot notation, and then finally merge only once. So that's how does it work. I want to add another, as I show you, another function, another option G. I just add this line, and then Collat's graph, I already prepared, has is this one. So it has, as you can see, a constructor init, output, and another function output number, and another function to the output the graph. Now, there's something wrong here, according to what I told you, because function Collat graph has an init as a constructor, and also function Collat sequence as a constructor. So according to what I told you, you will say, oh, this overloads the other. No, it doesn't, because when I build the module, I, of course, took into account that when you have a constructor, you want that every constructor are executed. You don't want the overloads. And it's exactly what happens when you merge a class. So let's say that you have a class with that accepted, for example, one position argument, another accepted 3, and some keyword arguments, another 2, whatever. When you instantiate the class merged with the arguments, there is a mechanism that adaptively filters the arguments. So each constructor takes exactly what it needs. So in this case, this does differently from the other. Doesn't need any argument, and okay, it works. It just initializes the sequence. Then output number, instead of outputting the number, just append the number, and finally I would need to call this function output graph. So one way would be to add another if at the end of the script, and I could say if argument, then if merge and call the function to output the graph, but that I would go against everything I told you until now. I don't want to put another if here. So what I will use a decorator. Decorator, dynamic decorator, of course. So I would dynamically decorate the method output sequence. I use decorate with, which is one of the components, remember the module cross class for the cross communication. So I will use decorate with passing the argument output graph. And this will work. If I would decorate directly with output graph, it wouldn't work because it's not statically there. But I can do this. So when I do this, means when the option is set, the method is decorated. So when I do something like this, I have a graph. I have a graph here with instead of printing out to the screen, I have as a graph. So for example, this turns out it's very easy with my custom function. Yeah, if I use the original Collat function, you see I get exactly the graph that I showed you before. One may say, yeah, it's okay, but now the number are not printed anymore to the screen, and I don't like it. I also want to see the numbers on the screen, etc. Okay, no problem, because I can do something like this. I can do something here. I have one more argument here I can put here. It's called invoke all. And I can pass to this argument exactly the name of the methods that I want to be executed all like scusate, like come si fa qua? Like ecco, scusate un attimo, ho intrecciato qua, vabbè, ce lo scrivo a mano. Like in for constructors. Vediamo un po' se funziona. Ecco qua. Now you see both the graph and the the numbers printed. So now let's do some takeaways. So now you will learn. Classes can be merged as dictionary using merge classes. Can be dynamically imported and merged from, for example, from a builder so that to adhere to the OCP. Methods and attributes with the same names are overloaded except for instances of init and the arguments passed to invoke call. And finally, decorate with can be used to decorate methods with other methods that can be anyhow loaded, whatever, created dynamically. So some links, contacts, repos. You can find all the code here on GitHub. There are some articles on Medium. You can connect to me, 640medium.com, LinkedIn if you want to connect. Drop me an email, whatever. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. First question. First slide. Example merged instances. After you talk about merging classes.
We
can to go. One second. We can use inheritance, MRO, and type. Where is the benefit of merged classes?
Actually, it's a good question. It's I would need maybe all the time for to reply to each part of this question. I will start. I will do for example inheritance. Inheritance, class composition. We could do many. First, inheritance basically static, so you cannot do it dynamically. Actually, it's with inheritance. It's you can think merging class complementary to inheritance, because when you have some two hierarchy, for example, of classes, and you merged each class at each level is merged with the other at the same level. So, for example, if you have a parent and child, another parent and another child, that you merge class, you merge childs and parents. So you can keep the structure inheritance merged. So, for example, you can do some interesting things, like you can call from one child the parent, a method from another parent. You may say, yes, but this way is you have issues if you call it standalone. I mean, if you just call one, if you instantiate one class and call that method that doesn't exist, because you don't merge, then it will, you have an exception. And for this, for this reason, in the second module, cross-class invocation, the second, I didn't tell because of lack of time, the safe method invocation, there are two tools. One is the safe zone context manager, and one is the safe invoke. It's just you can call methods cross-class so that when they are not there, you won't have the exception. It will run. The execution will continue normally without exception. You can also you can also pass a fallback function when it doesn't find it. So it's full of options. Everything is explained in the document, in the read the docs. There is also an example of this and read the docs. What happened when merging a class? Same with class compositions. With class composition also, basically the difference between class composition is the overloading. This way, with class merging, you can overload the methods. So it's quite you can see that it's like. It's not like it's in a way inheritance, but dynamic, and also class composition with overloading, you can say. But this is a very simple way to do it, just if you want to summarize in one sentence.
Thank you very much. We don't have time for any more questions. Okay. Please search for the speaker and okay. You.
No,
Me lo dici? Ok. Allora io
non
farò i
dovrei.
fogli. Fanno un po' schifo perché è scomparso quello di ieri, bello. Però vi farò vedere 10, 5.
See it? Ah, yeah, it's. Just bought it on Amazon. Make you feel familiar.
Hello, everybody. Just one quick announcement. All the questions, please ask it on Slido. There is a link on schedule. If you search for a talk, Rust is easy, and you will find ask question and the link and ask there, please. Thank you. Let's welcome Luca Baggi, and we'll talk about Rust. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm so thrilled to see so many of you here. As the announcer told me, I'm Luca Baggi. I am a machine learning engineer at Futura, and I'm also one of the organizers at Python Milano. More on that later. Today, I'm here to tell you and show you that Rust is easy. And just to make you a big spoiler, you just have to trust the compiler. That's all it takes. Maybe the most alert of you would say, but come on, Luca, you're a machine learning engineer. You just call .fit.predict on an XGBoost model. Then you just make a fast API to put it in production. What kind of knowledge you have of Rust? How can you say it's easy? Well, you have uncovered the first lie I told you today. Rust isn't easy. But Rust has great tooling. And you know deep inside that you're envious because the Rust tooling is so great. Also, Rust has great docs. Rust has docs that are so good that learning Rust is way less frustrating. It's way less infuriating. The error messages are so nice that learning it is such a pleasure. Also, the docs are so good that you do not even have to read them. You do not even have to know a single line of Rust to start writing Rust. I know it because I did. Because I do not know Rust. That's the second lie of today's, and I hope the last one. I do not know Rust. And today, I'm going to do something really dangerous. I'm going to live demo taking a Python code and turn it into Rust code, of a really simple example, of course. But we can show you, and I want to show you that together, or even alone, you do not even have to know Rust. You only have to know Python to build your first Rust function. Why so, you would ask? First, how so? Because the compiler is great. The tooling is great. And second of all, you will be asking, why should I learn Rust? I am a Python user. And I would say, yes, totally. Like 99% of us, except like maintainer of projects such as Polars, wouldn't even have to know Rust anyway, anytime. And that's because you might be using it already inside libraries such as JSON, or Polars, or RAF. And the maintainers build this project and take care of melding and binding Rust to Python. So none of us, basically here, will almost likely use Rust anytime soon. But still, I would argue that learning Python, quite the opposite of Rust, is easy in the sense that it is accessible. Yet, best practices, such as clean code, design patterns, do not call in-place operators on pandas, are not so straightforward to get at first. And once they stick, it's a bit harder to get rid of them once your code just works. If it ain't broken, don't fix it, right? The point is, learning best practices is a bit trickier. It's maybe a little bit too easy and a bit too hard to forget. And also, once you see them, like the way you can teach people about avoiding those worst practices is just tell them on the documentation, perhaps on the library. Do not call this function, or these are the possible values that this function can accept, or do not use in-place operation. There you are for the deprecation warning. But how do you enforce them? So this is maybe one of the thread, like the small threads that we as Python users walk anytime. And documentation is wonderful. We can somewhat version it, but it isn't always there to help us, to stop us. Nothing prevents us to use in-place operation on pandas, for example. And Rust, by being so verbose at times, so strict, so low level, much lower level than Python in a certain way, forces you to pay attention to these details. And this is what Rust can teach us as Python user, to write better code from the ground up. And so now let's pick up the best editor. Sorry, guys, it's not VS Code. Also, sorry for the Emacs crowd, if anyone is here. Today, we will be using Vim to write your first Python, actually, your first Python function inside the Rust file, and then turning it into something else. How do we do that? So Rust is an amazing tooling ecosystem. So you can go to like Rust-up and install this binary that is basically PyEnv, but is actually an official piece of the Rust software foundation. And then you use Rust-up to install your first Rust version. You don't have to do this today. We can do it together, though. I already used it. And then once you install Rust, you can use their package manager, because they have a built-in one, which is called Cargo. And then how do you do that? Then you say Cargo, we just initialize a project. What happened here is that Cargo created the folder structure for us. It created this cargo.toml file, and it created a source folder, a source directory, where our code will lie. So how do we do that? Well, we open eVim, and we say, OK, good, this is our function. We don't even have to look at it. This is our bit of Rust code. It's a main.rs file. And while are we learning Rust today? I'm doing it with you together. I haven't tried this at home, and I really do hope that you will try this at home, too. So how do we learn Rust? Well, how would we learn Python? Let's just create a definition function. Actually, let's deactivate any other tips and tricks and all the niceties that our editor has to offer. So let's just stop this Rust analyzer. Sorry, it's a bit tedious to work on this such a level of analyzer. There we go. We do not have any recommendation. Let's do something even more daring. Let's just stop Copilot as well. OK, I know you're using it. OK, don't lie. There we go. This is like a plain editor. I just have some syntax, I just have some plugins, but this is like the most basic experience that you can have. Let's just create a Python function then called hello that takes in a name and just returns a string, hello plus name. Let's just save this, and also we can exit Vim. Guys, this one was free, huh? And now how do we go about this from there? Well, let's just say cargo run. It didn't work. No one is surprised, to be honest. OK, we just wrote a Python function in Rust. But see the error message. Compiling the function error on that line, see the amazing error message, the ASCII R, saying, there we go. We expected one of exclamation mark or colon. Help. Help message. Do not even start to Google it. Do not even start to grok it. Just read the whole message. Help. Write function instead of def to declare a function. Good. We are learning it, right? Let's just go back to our Rust and say, OK, we do not use def. We use fn. Great to know. Some errors come up because I have to deactivate anytime the analyzer, whatever. Let's just go there again. We fix the error. Let's just compile the code again. We see a bunch of errors, but go through step by step and see how familiar and how nice they want to be to you. PyCon expected one of double column, at or pipe found a closed bracket. Function hello name expected one of those signs. Note, anonymous parameters are removed in 28 whatever, and then you see 3 possible helps. If this is a self type, give it a parameter name. If this is a parameter name, give it a type. If this is a type, explicitly ignore the parameter name. Also, return times are denoted using the arrow, as in Python. And then expect the type found keyword return. OK, there is something we can work on. By far the easiest recommendation is, well, let's just add a parameter type. Good. Do we know types in Rust? Of course we don't. You come from Python. But we can figure something out, I can guarantee you. So let's go back to our main.Rust function. We denote it with the column. So let's just say, OK, I'm using a string. We also remember use the arrow key. So we can use another string, because our function is supposed to return a string. Good. OK, are we done? Let's compile the code. Not yet. At the very end of our code, at the very end of the declaration of our function, we find string double column. There is something weird that Rust is not, the compiler is not expecting there. What is it? It's one of exclamation mark, open bracket, plus, double column, smaller than, where, or, opening bracket, the squarely brace. Perhaps something tells us that we cannot define function in Rust with indentation, as we would do in Python, and the semicolon. So let's just start using, for example, the square bracket. So let's just add one here. Oops. Delete this bit, paste it there. There we go. OK, let's go. What happens here now? A bit of stuff, but still Rust tells us something new. Hello, function, string, help, a struct with a similar name exists. Notice the capitalization, string. Pub_struct string is a similarly named struct defined here, but the type string with a small s is not there in a scope. So what does it tell you? Well, maybe you should be using string with a capital S. That's great. Let's do that. Okay? Let's go on. We change the S with a capital S. We change this S with another capital S. There we go. Okay, good, good, good. Okay. I just compile the code. We get another error. We're getting used to that. We kind of have like this weird pleasure of being rejected every time. And you see, okay, now there's a main function not found in this crate. Crate is the name of the library. Okay, I can do that. We can just add a function, call it main. It doesn't have to be a function that does anything. It just has to be there for what, as far as we are concerned. But see here, we cannot add a string to an ampersand string, which is called a string slice. Okay, we cannot concatenate two things with different types. Nice. See how it tells you the error. The hello is a string slice, basically a vector of strings, of characters, and we're adding it with this plus operator that cannot be used to concatenate an ampersand string and a string. But see the beauty of it. There, down there, it is already telling you how to fix that. These to own, there's something to do with borrow checking, all the stuff that I do not understand, but I know there is, and most of us do actually think. And then we should be adding another ampersand in front of name. Okay, good. Let's do that. Return to owned, and then we just prefix the ampersand, if I can find it on the keyboard, on this. We open, we run it again. Oops, sorry. We compile it again. Okay, good. We're just finding one error. Let's just do this on a higher portion of the screen. The main function is not found. Consider adding a main function. Okay, the error with the string types and the compatibility is gone. Good. How do we do this? I'll just say function main and say, we know that we have to use what is it called? As just a squarely braces to define it. We just do this, we just quit it, and then we go cargo run, compiling Python function. We get a warning because there is one unused function. There is a dead code somewhere in our code, and Rust is so nice that it tells us, but see, the code compiled. We just threw it in garbage, in a sense like outrageous Python code, and error by error, we improved it until we got a working Rust function. So I don't know if I can call that, because as I told you, I do not know Rust, but maybe we can just say hello. Okay, no, maybe not. Hello name? No, it doesn't work because it is a package. If we found like if we built a binary, it would have been different. But still, please appreciate how we went from a Python function inside the Rust file into a proper Rust function that in between taught you the very basics of Rust. More so, notice how good the compiler messages were. And notice that there are such great starters to get started with Rust on the communities. For example, the so-called Rust links, which are exercises to get started with Rust. These are great to get started, and I highly encourage you to going through them as I would do. So do not read the docs. Just go head on, like smash on the wall, and find the compiler's error. Because what we are after, as Python users, is not learning Rust, perhaps, but maybe finding new ways to write better code, which doesn't require borrow checking, but requires a couple of little bit of things of Rust that can teach us, better docs, structs, like to denote types and types annotation. And this is so good that anyone in here has to try it. Because as I was telling you, writing Python code is so great, it's so natural, it is so accessible, it's so empowering. And this is what brought us here all together. I have a Master of Science in Economics and Statistics. Before that, I was doing a Bachelor in Philosophy. So I got to data science and doing like code like on a much lower level than I would have anticipated a couple of years ago, of course. And the kind of these good patterns are hard to get, hard to learn, but then you can learn them anyway. You can go to other languages, other practices, and get from these confrontation with other people and the code they build, and learn new things that you can use. For example, let's just see a concrete example of this. We have type-ins in Python. They are wonderful. They're not main. They can be controversial. They can be trivial. But see, I would like to make a controversial claim, another one myself. So type-ins are here to stay, and production-grade code should have type-ins. OK. Most of us kind of agree, right? Who doesn't agree? Who doesn't use type-ins in here? Exactly. So most of us do on a daily basis because we like the tooling. We like MyPy. We like Rough. We like PyWrite. We like annotation in our editor when we write code. It is faster. It is much faster. But still, I would say that this example of a user class that can take in a privilege, which is a string, and possibly a datetime attribute, because the user can be banned, is not so intuitive. We can improve on it a bit. For example, like so. We can add a literal type and say, OK, the privilege is either normal, admin, or banned. That's a really step up. Because otherwise, what would you have done? Maybe you would have had to write something in your docstring and say, OK, the user, the privilege type can only be normal, admin, or banned. You would have had to implement an if statement to check whether this code belongs in there. And you would have to do it anyway with the type checking, of course, because Python is not, like the static checking is not enforced at runtime. But still, the final user would be using your library, your colleague, the future you, would have to remember that, would have to go through docs. Instead, if you use this notation, our editor will tell us, A, you can only use one of those three values. And this is a really step up, is a nice improvement. But I would argue that we can go beyond that. And this is something that somewhat Rust, like going through Rust, or this kind of influence that the type-ins and the community and the mind melding that we've had all together brought us to Python eventually, which is that datetime or none. I hate when function return none, because I have to treat them somewhere in the function. The point is that, oh, yes, that can be none. OK, good. Now it's up to the final user to handle that case. Sometimes, OK, sometimes it's right to just return a non-value. But still, the point is, the end user has to work with that. How can we improve on that? Again, thinking about a bit of it of a Rust way. Let's do it like this. See, you see the class band. We can define another one and say that our user can either be a literal or can also be an instance of a class band. In this way, we do not have to have a datetime object inside our band@, attribute. We do not even have to have that at all in a user class. And because it will be like 99% empty most of the time, I would say, and you would have to write it in the docs. You would have to warn everybody, remind everybody constantly that band@ would be none for most cases because user will not likely be banned, for example. And this is great because it enables us, for example, if we're using Python 3.10 match statement, but also like a regular if case, to check in a more thorough way and process our data in a more thorough way. For example, with this notation, we can say user.privilege. If that user privilege is an instance of a band attribute, of a band class, then we can just use that argument and print, for example, our business function logic cell that they will tell us that the user was banned at the time, so it is forbidden to log in our portal, for example. Or if the user is an admin, do the admin stuff. Else, underscore, do whatever else you would do for regular users. This is nothing new, of course. We had this for a couple of years. Python has learned a lot from Rust. Or Python has improved quite a lot besides Rust, anyway, because from 3.11 and in 3.12 it will be even better still. The error message will be more accurate. They will be highlighted in our backtrace where the error message originated from. The exception was raised. And this match statement was precisely implemented. This is just a glorified if statement, OK? And there's nothing more than that. But that internally is used to provide that highlighting, for example, that we see in error stack traces right now. I'm not here to say that Rust brought this to Python, of course. But I'm here to tell you that some of those tricks that, from some inspiration to improve our Python code, not only in standard libraries, but in the code you write for production, can improve from the inspiration and the exposition to other languages, even those that are more verbose, more new, more low level than what we used to. because Python is really beautiful, but still, we can draw from that experience to enhance this these typing ideas, these typing feelings, the type annotation in Python, and use them in a much more thorough, complete, exhaustive manner. Rather than just annotating everything as a string and stringify our code, we can just be using the appropriate abstraction that Python offers us in so many circumstances to improve our code. For example, yesterday we had a beautiful talk on in structural subtyping using protocols. That was an incredible source of inspiration to use those anywhere in our code. Questions, anybody? Does anybody feel like doing another rustling, for example? Ah, I see here. What can we do? Should we improvise? I think like question away. So let me just wrap this up very quickly, and then we do an exercise all together then and try something new more collectively. I would like to thank you. And I would like to take this couple of minutes to tell you that tomorrow, is this room again? Yes. I will be holding another talk on polars, like a proper one, on doing data analytics, supercharged, high-speed, query plans, expressive syntax. And also I would like to tell you that if you please, I'm eager, I'm starving for feedback, so feel free to connect with me or send me an email with the feedback about this call and whatever you feel like, and feel free to connect, of course. So for the last, say, 5 minutes or so, if we want to try something new, we can pick up another example in Rust and do this in a really unexpected, like improvised way, and how we can use Rust to do something new. So, for example, let's just delete our function. Let's just leave the main function here. Anybody, what do you want to try now? Adding numbers or appending to a list? Sorry? Factorials implementation. Wow. OK, that's going to be really hard. OK, so let's get back what we know. Let's just say factorial of A. OK, no, Copilot, I don't want you here. So LSP, let's just say LSP stop. We just stop Copilot because it doesn't even know Rust, so it's OK. Let's just get a number. We know that we can use the error type. We need to use the, OK, good. OK, guys, we've learned in Rust. OK, how do we use it? Number is a type int. And then let's build an array. Let's just say let numbers equal to, I don't know, let me say range of number, and see how this works. This is a best effort, like for everybody else. Please feel free. But let's just go back to our cargo run. What does it tell us? A lot of stuff, it is expecting a return type. Guys, this is not Rust. This isn't just me being busy. OK, good to know. What will it return? Of course, it will return an integer. I'm pretty confident that it won't accept an integer because it would like to have something more like typed, strictly typed. Not found in the scope, this int object. Perhaps you intended to use I32? OK, guys, this is bonkers. It told us the type that it wants to use. Great, great. Let's go back to our Rust function then. And I just use some vmagic. We percent, actually, percent, comma, percent s. And let's just call int with int 32. There we go. OK, I missed a g there. /g globally, OK. Wow, OK, that's nice. It was an int, it was just I32. Good to know. It's also more concise. Good, let's see what Rust tells us again. Implicitly returns none, as its body has no tail or return expression. Good, OK, that one, this like the empty tuple is called the unit, I think. And it tells you that your function is expected to return, so we should be returning something. But then again, let numbers is a range of number. Some errors have detailed explanation. Help, consider returning the local binding number. OK, that was a sort of a nice, helpful recommendation. Let's go back to our function, and then just say, I don't know, just return numbers to see if at least I can make an array in Rust. OK, let's just go back to cargo run. What will tell us? Range is not found in the scope, but we could use, you can say, you can improve your code, you can import some stuff from the standard library and use it to import your code. Good to know. Let's just bluntly copy, maybe not, OK, this won't look nice, then we just import, use std, what is it called, like iter, slice, range, right? range, ragne, okay, range, okay. It can't help you with typing, okay. Oh, okay, range is a private module. Really? This sounds weird, but still, cargo run, what will it tell us? The module range is defined here. The module range Rust is private. Okay, let's just go. This doesn't exhaust us. Let's satisfy us. Let's just see Rust C explain the E, what is it called? E0603. There we go. This is the man page that you get when you want to go deeper and when you're not. We'll not even touch Stack Overflow, okay? We'll even touch ChatGPT, to be honest. A private item was used outside of his scope. See the examples. Module foo, constant private, unsigned integer 32. This constant is private, so we cannot use it outside the foo module, etc. In order to fix this error, you need to make them item public by using the pub keyword. So in Rust, we learn right now that there is a differentiation between public and private attributes, or public and private items in our code. Shall we go on iterating, or do you have any questions? Do you want like to ask something? Or if you want to suggest something, because maybe some of you here inside here know Rust already and you're just like a spies to go undercover. There we go, there's somebody in there. The unwrap thing. What do you mean? What do you mean by unwrapping? Okay, that's something. Now, how would you do that? Well, we can try that too, but I cannot guarantee it. So, would you like unwrap range of numbers? The point is we cannot use a range. So let's just delete this again, and then we create it, and then we say cargo, please help us. It was slice, guys. Okay, somebody knew that in the back and kept them from me all this time. Okay, so let's just undo and then say slice. Maybe this would. Can we pull one last trick? Can we? Well. Something changed, but. Okay, use of unstable library features slice range. Okay, maybe that was what you're referring to. Note, see this issue. Okay, see another issue. Let number, the trait range bounds unsigned size is not implemented for integer 32. We required by a bound introduced by this call, and then we can see all the kind of messy stuff that we can start getting from there. Still, what we learned from implementing factorials from scratch, I would argue, is that rather than being the next Rust god in a room, we can learn from this kind of structure and how errors are raised and how to provide and guide your user through problem solving and troubleshooting in your library. I would say that this is like very much a lovely attempt for all of us in 4 minutes. So if you don't have any other further questions, I would like to thank you again for going through this journey with me. And maybe enjoy to try out, rather than the Rust altogether, just read through the typing page in Python and find new usage for stuff that you might want to use. Thank you again. Grazie.
some words. If I say not duo, 2 or 3, I can start. Oh.
Just know that question, please ask them through Slido and go to the schedule. There is a link. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. And our talk today is about generator in our regular life and how generators can help for developers improve their work. My name is Maxim Danilov, and I am already 25 years in software development. And in the past, I have 10 years assembly. It was really rocket science, and 9 years I work with Python and Django. I speak of many conferences. You can find on YouTube many of my talks, mostly about Django. And before my talk, I want to say thank you. And thank you for Bitbucket. Here on this link, you can see all my examples from these talks and talk and slides. OK, before my talk starts, I want to say thank you for 2 firms who support me on conferences. Agile Group is a game changer in camping industry in European Unity, and for German-speaking countries. And Websoft, we create e-commerce solutions for restricted products. It is really a special range for e-commerce. Delphi, React, Python, and Vue is our technology stack. And I want, of course, say thank you for my team who support me. Anastasia Sen created design of all my presentations. Pavel Pelikin completely disagree with every my idea in presentation. He is our senior developer. And Martin Achenreiner is intern in our company. They test all my crazy idea. And thank you for my family. Elena, Mark, and Maya, they wait me at home. OK, let's create a problem. Every programmer should create a problem, and after that, we should successfully solve this problem. For example, my problem. I want to create GraphQL, but I want to use Django REST framework. A request should contain a model name and fields, which I want data from these fields I want to receive, and response can be model name, and model name is hero, and name Maxim Danilov, age 45 years. OK, not too old hero. And for Django REST frameworks, our request can be in form like a URL with hero, and after that, in query string, we send fields which we want to receive. And there is the problem. If I send on Django REST framework to serializer, which serialize for me all fields, my ask takes around 200 milliseconds for answer. And if I ask only 2 fields from model, it takes around 300 milliseconds for answer. What? I ask for my developer who implement this solution in our project. And he implements simply existed solution from official documentation is in Django REST framework. What happens here? After supercall, we create a list from fields, and after that, we throw away fields from serializer which we don't need it. And it takes time. This is problem. Existed solution in documentations you already seen. Not existed solutions in our project you have not seen nor there. We simply say for serializer, hey, create only fields which we need, not whole fields from model. And what I want to say, problem is we create a big list of objects, and after that, we want to throw away objects from this list. You can say me, is made only junior developer. No, we can see this problem exists in every famous library in Python. And this is a problem. What I want to say, list and tuples, the most useless overrated data collection. If you use list, you have a problem. I show why. They take time and memory to create data before use list. They take time to iterate through the object, and they hate developers be lazy and not care about their own code. You can avoid this with generators. Information, basis information. Generators has context switching. Generator can stop and wait on yield or on send. Generator has own locals, etc. Important speak about generators made David Beasley in 2009. Who already know about this talk? Please read about it. It's basis from your Python code. It should be basis from your Python code. Okay, each generator based on iteration. In PEP 234, it was introduced, this concept, iterable concept. It's really interesting. Some years before, it was already presented in other PEP, but community was not ready for this concept. Okay, right now we have iter built-in. Iter built-in help us to create iterator. Iter receive callable and sentinel. If callable, call of callable receive as sentinel, we throw stop iteration. Then as not equal, we receive result of call of callable. And it means we can create infinity iterator. Infinity iterator, this infinity we can iterate infinity times. And what we can do? We can take every moment from our infinity and carpe diem. Better than iter tools. Iter tools contains already infinity generators, but it works better and help you to stay in this moment. Catch the moment. Okay. For example, URL lib connection pool PI while true construction. Infinity generator, which we can break this exception or with break syntaxes. What we have here? We have statement while which check the causa, and in compare of generator, we have generator, and this for loop works the same like the while true, but on the for loop, on the background, always on the every step, we call next. We don't have any clause check. It's important. Important for our life. And built-in iter, we can create stoppable infinity. What I mean, we can stop this infinity loop outside from my function, and we can stop my infinity loop inside function. With while true, we cannot stop loop. We can only break loop. And important is, if I stop my loop, I can achieve also else block. And if I break my loop, I cannot achieve else block. And it's important, if I stop my loop, I go through and the whole code in generator, only after that, I go away from iteration. And next important information, simple generators with yield statement. For example, we have in request cookies PI, this function starts on every request. What did this function? This function creates an empty list. After that, this function appends something to this list. And after that, this function goes through this list. Completely not important movements. What we can do with generators? I can extract it in generator, and after that I can with function with yield, this is generator, I can avoid creating a list, I can avoid adding in the list, and it helped me made only one. I can avoid second pass through this list. And it seems a little bit shorter, but it's really subjective. If you use black, for you, shorter code don't matter. OK, which profit we have here? We improve the memory usage, and it is faster. Faster? It's really faster. Who knows? Generator faster than iterator in loop or not? Who think generator is faster? Other case, loop through list is faster? Yeah. OK. In reality, not always. If we have around 100 elements in list, generator is faster to avoid second pass through the list. If we have more than 10,000 elements in list, I don't know why on my computer generator is slower than lists. If somebody knows why, please tell me. I don't know why. But sometimes generator is really faster, around 60%. You can check all benchmark in GitHub. OK, generator expressions. It's better than list comprehension. Believe me, it's better. For example, Pydantic. In decorators PI, we have this construction. Probably creator from this construction completely forget about generator expression. Why? This line number 3 made exactly the same what we have on the left side, but in one line. OK, code is shorter, the speed and the what we result is the same, but code is shorter. OK, and it helps us to avoid variable redefinitions on lines 5 and 9. OK, it's faster to develop. I write not too much lines. And the important thing, we can stop normal generators with generator close. I like this step. It's important for me. For example, I take this from DjangoDB query API. We have a parent loop, and we have child loop. What we want to do? We want in child loop goes through the list, again through the list, and if something happens with objects in this list, I want to break parent loop. What they do here, developer from this code, they create a flag, they invert this flag if something happens, and after that, on the end of loop, they break this parent loop. It's not clever. What we can do, we can declare parent generator. We should use parent generator in for loop, and after that, we can throw away these lines of code. We should only call a parent generator close. It's all. And I like close. We use close everywhere instead of break or instead of other possibilities. Okay, and last important information is yield from. I like this PEP. Why? It helped me to be efficient in my code. This example from library Django Contrib admin, I like this library. I made much research for this library, and you can find it on my previous talks. And what we have here, we want to create read-only fields in one form, and we call super, created list of fields, and if user is super user, I add, not super user, I add some fields. I deprecate, I made some fields as read-only. And after that, I throw this list as result, in result. But with yield from, I transform this function in generator. And at first, I yield from supercall, and after that, if I need it, I yield one additional field from here. And instead of create of list, I yield from supercall. Instead of add to list, I yield the last field. Okay, short, clean, probably faster, probably. Okay, by the way, we have also one PEP. Their yield from was changed on await, but probably in my next talk. And sometime I want to change something in Python, and let's see on zip in Python. This implementation you can find in documentation, and also zip in Python works right now works better with new PEP 618. Einfach zip implementation. What happens here? We yield tuple for every step. What happens here? We create some sentinel. I don't like it. And I simply don't like built-in zip in Python. My colleague, Sami, probably it's yours. But I want to create my own zip. And I can change all this internal child loop in one generator. And after that, my own zip, it's a little bit shorter. And I avoid here list creation. But this is not enough for me. I want my own zip. This is not enough. My colleague, nice joke, you made my day. But I did it. This is all PEPs which I already tells in one line. This is zip. And it works. It works in our old project. Probably you don't understand how it works, but it works in old project, but not for Python 3.5. This new PEP, they changed stop iteration handling inside generators. I think this PEP is wrong. I already speak with Chris Angelico, who author is from this PEP, and they offer me to speak with community. Probably modern community can be agree with me. I try. Okay, stop iteration change rules in Python. Every new version in Python change rules. And after discussion with Chris, we have this ugly construction. I still don't agree with that. At least we should not forget about generator pipelines from David Beasley. For example, source analyzing. As a Starlet package, config PI. In Starlet package, we read settings file. We create dictionary, and after that they made something work with every string line, and we create at last k-value dictionary. This all, what I mark here, this all we can wrap, change with pipelines. At first I create pipelines which read the lines, string lines. At second, I street these lines. At third, I change line on the k-value, and at last I return dictionary. And this all happens only with only one iteration through the read file, not with more iteration. Okay, it's a little bit shorter, but why should we use a generator in our regular life? Because generators live only once. Their lives is short, and it helps us to avoid repetitive loops. It helps us to rethink architecture. It's important. With generator, we cannot go many times through the iterable. It's important. And this helps us to avoid data creating before we need it. Okay, some words about generator debugging. At first, we can use iter tools, and iter tools created for us clone from our iterable. Please read documentation before use it. At second, we can import more iter tools, and there we can receive some objects from generator and generator itself, only to research some objects what we have in generator. And of course, we can create simple wrapper which print for us every object in generator before we use it. It can be logging, it can be print, don't matter. And of course, simplest way to create it, we can unpack generator in unpack generator, and after that we can check all objects, and we can pack generator, pack all elements again in generator. Please don't forget, this not work for infinity generator. It works only for generator with end. And what I found here, if I unpack generator, if I use unpack syntaxes in Python, I receive a list. But if Python unpack arguments in function, we receive a tuple. It means Python don't like type consistency. Simply, you want typing, please, you can do it, but Python don't care about it. And this is a problem. This is not solved yet. Okay, and right now some for loop statistic from our ordinary life. I tried to investigate how many not clever developers we have, and how many libraries can be improved. Oh, good formulation. FastAPI. FastAPI, my life. Really. I investigated the code from FastAPI, and it was really pretty written library. I really want to learn from creator from this library. Really. Why? FastAPI contains only 42 files and have only 70 loops, and it's around 40 yields. It means FastAPI use more than 50% is a generator. But FastAPI built on PyDantic and Starlet. This is not too well written libraries. What we have here, PyDantic use only 24% generators, and Starlet use only 8% generators. It means Starlet can work faster, and PyDyntic can work faster if we improve this. And my love, Django, use only 6% of generator, but problem is Django have around 6,000 loops. But this library is not scientist's library. This is only a web service with additional packages. For me, it's not only ask why too much loops. Okay, pandas, its scientist library, have only 2% generators and other cases loops. But Django REST frameworks, probably this library, which I want to avoid in future, use only 1% generators. It means it works. And everybody uses Django REST framework if you work with Django, I'm sure. But right now, you can think about it. OK. For me, this is strange. Many people speak about black, clean code, hexagonal architecture, but they don't care about data processing on their own code. I don't want to criticize something, but I offer sometimes to check loop statistic in your project. Probably it helps you to understand what happens in your code with repetitive loops and how you work with data. And probably you can be more effective in Python and in your software. Thank you. All examples you can find in repository. Also, you can find in this repository examples for all my talks and my next talks on EuroPython in Prague. Probably we can meet there. That's all.
Thank you very much. So we have a few questions. First, what is the most beautiful generator you ever wrote?
Beautiful generator?
Most beautiful generator you ever wrote?
I was really proud on my one-liner zip, but of course I wrote also not only zip, also I have a chain and I override reduce. We don't have any reduce right now in Python, and I override reduce. I like override every generator's function, and zip was a short example. Shortest example, which was broken with new Python.
Have you ever used the .send method, and in which real use case? The first one.
Yeah. I have sent, of course, people's. Send method in generators. Send invert my generators in coroutine. I use coroutine everywhere. Mostly in a previously life, I use coroutine for to create context manager, which based on coroutine. You can read about it for context lib, context manager decorator. It's really important and easy to develop nested and repetitive, to avoid nested and repetitive strings in our function.
A generator is empty after using. How to debug effectively, sorry.
Please check my slides between 60 and 70. I already tell about it.
Related to the performance slide with the chart, could it be related to the fact that it calls a function?
I already shows how it works. This test is test from request clearcache.py. This function I improved and I show the statistic. It was worked test from existed library requests.
if we need to know the length of generated elements, what's the best way?
Best way, don't know the length of generated elements. You don't, sometimes you don't need to know the length before you end work with generators. But on the end, you can use, for example, enumerate, and last index, it shows us the length of elements.
Thank you very much. We don't have any more time. One thing, lunch is at 1:15, so in 10 minutes, and you go down. There is also osteria if you have taken the ticket, and there is the lunch box if you want. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All questions I can answer right now or by lunch. Please.
Ok, buon pomeriggio a tutti. Il talk di oggi ce lo presenta Juliana Nicasio, brasiliana, laureata in biologia, che però lavora come sviluppatrice presso 20 Tabs e ci parlerà della sua prima esperienza di contribuzione ad un progetto open source. Prima di lasciare la parola a Giuliana vi ricordo che, come al solito, le eventuali domande per cortesia su Slido trovate il link sullo schedule sul sito, che apparirà appena inizia il talk. Ok, vai.
Ciao a tutti, sono contenta di essere qui con voi oggi a parlare di questa mia prima esperienza di contribuzione ad un progetto open source. La maggior parte delle persone che vengono qui a PyCon vengono per portare qualcosa in cui hanno avuto successo, qualcosa che hanno fatto e che vogliono trasmettere agli altri. Io invece vi porto qualcosa in cui non ho avuto successo. E quindi, qual è il mio obiettivo con questo talk? Parlare con voi una cosa in cui non ho avuto successo. Prima di tutto, per ispirarvi a fare questo salto nel mondo open source, incoraggiarvi a non mollarvi e assicurarvi che alla fine è qualcosa che vale la pena. Allora, vi farò vedere tutto dalla mia prospettiva, da una prospettiva di appena arrivata nel mondo software. Come vi ha detto Lelio, vengo dalla biologia, quindi sarà tutto del mio punto di vista. È stato un processo molto impegnativo, però è stato anche un'opportunità di crescita. Allora, forse vi chiedete, perché mi sono messa a fare questa cosa così velocemente appena arrivata? Questa occasione nasce da un'opportunità dall'azienda in cui lavoro, che è la 20 Tab, dove mi ha proposto di interfacciarsi con la community di Django per proporre delle modifiche. Quindi dovevo proporre alle modifiche a Django Framework, che come sapete è una grande cosa. E perché era necessario fare per 20 Tab? Perché prima vi spiego un po' che cosa è Django. Faccio solo questi slide di spiegazione. Quindi Django è un framework web dove ti possibilita di portare avanti il tuo sviluppo di progettazione web e 20 Tab lo utilizza come strumento. È open source, mantenuto da Django Software Foundation e è di interesse generale, quindi vuol dire che puoi proporre delle modifiche. Tornando a noi, perché è necessario modificarli? Come vi ho detto, per noi 20 Tab è uno strumento fondamentale e quindi volevamo lasciarlo un po' più alle nostre esigenze. Però, parlando così, lasciarlo come la nostra esigenza può sembrare un po' presuntuoso, ma in realtà non è così. Il beneficio azienda e progetto open source è bidirezionale. 20 Tab facendo così investe su Django con persone, tempo ed edizione e in cambio usa tutte le cose che ti dà Django. Quali sono le cose che teniamo in considerazione di quello che vogliamo proporre alla community? Abbiamo diversi progetti. Le modifiche che facciamo di fix e migliorie volevamo proporre di aggiungere, così abbiamo anche direttamente in Django. Questo processo va passato prima dalla valutazione della community e poi eventualmente incluso. Quali sono i criteri in cui scegliamo queste migliorie, questi fix da proporre alla community? Devono essere praticamente in quasi tutti i progetti che usiamo, così sappiamo che è di utilizzo, che sarà di utilizzo, sappiamo che porterà un grande valore alla community, a chi lo userà, e è un problema che è visto anche da altri. Quindi magari altre persone hanno questo problema e noi lo abbiamo, quindi vogliamo proporre. Quali sono i vantaggi che guadagniamo facendo così? Bon, prima di tutto è un codice che sarà mantenuto, quindi te li metti in Django e ci sarà altra gente dietro, quindi la manutenzione dei codici. Poi sarà valutato, è un codice che sarà valutato dalla community prima di essere accettato, quindi ti vedranno lì se hai scritto bene, se c'è tutte le cose che serve, test e tutto quanto, e quindi la valutazione dei codici. E poi è una grande opportunità per condividere e fare esperienza. Quali sono queste persone che vanno lì a vedere, che vanno a valutare queste proposte fix in cui proponiamo? Sono gli utenti, sono proprio noi. Siamo proprio noi che utilizziamo questo framework, che andiamo lì a valutare, a commentare e dare feedback. Quindi la community siamo proprio noi. Ora, come entro io in tutta questa parte della storia, della mia prima contribuzione? Come vi ho detto, non è stato un successo. E perché? Perché non è stato successo e perché non è stato successo per me? Che cosa c'entro io? Bon, ho riscontrato 2 problemi fondamentali per me. Questa è un'esperienza che ho trovato. È stata la mia prima. Quindi ho trovato parecchia difficoltà, essendo la mia prima contribuzione ad un progetto open source in generale, non solo a Django. E mi sono trovata abbastanza in difficoltà e senza confidenza in me stessa. Non sapevo se era sicura di sapere quello che stavo facendo. Il problema della confidenza e della inesperienza mi ha portato diversi problemi durante il processo. Il primo problema dell'inesperienza è che non sapevo delle guide. Dentro Django, se te vai sul sito, lo sai che ci sono delle guide da seguire per fare la prima contribuzione. E questo mi è passato. Cosa è successo con questa mia inesperienza senza sapere la guida e tutto quanto? Per me poteva sembrare semplice, dicendo così non è semplice, però sembrava che per me era una cosa che facevo tutti i giorni al lavoro, fare una modifica del codice, inviare la pull request, fare i test e tutto quanto, ma non è andato così. Cosa è andato storto? La funzione che volevamo proporre a Django era una funzione di database e quindi era di Postgres e quella funzione non era supportata da tutti i 5 backend di database di Django e per questo non è stata accettata. Come avrei potuto evitare che questo succedesse? Quindi è lì che entra la guida. Se avevo prima chiaro il processo che c'è dietro, avrei evitato di inviare la mia proposta. Avrei sfruttato il forum di Django. Ora vi spiego che cos'è il forum di Django. Django ci sono dei canali di comunicazione interni in cui abbiamo il Django Forum. È una piattaforma online dove la community chiacchiera di diversi argomenti. Quindi avrei potuto andare lì e chiedere, guarda, voglio contribuire con questa funzione, è utile, non è utile, ci serve, non ci serve, e da lì mi avrebbero risposto. Poi un altro canale di comunicazione che ha Django è la mailing list, che lì ricevono aggiornamenti, cose più specifiche all'interno di Django. Oltre a tutto questo, abbiamo dentro Django un sistema di tracking di issue, di problemi. Se te conosci qualche problema, puoi andare lì e creare questa issue e sarà in conoscenza da tutta la comunità. Quindi, te puoi usare anche questo per fare la tua prima contribuzione. Se non sai da dove iniziare, puoi andare su queste issue e selezionare la tua per fare la tua prima contribuzione. Il sistema di patch viene dopo, che lì è dove te presenta la tua pull request. Scusate. Quindi, il secondo problema, il problema della mia confidenza. Quindi non era sicura che ero all'altezza di questo compito. E perché, come sapevate di già, io vengo dalla biologia, in specifico la gestione e conservazione degli animali. Quindi, oggi sono back-end developer. Come ho passato a prendere gli animali e diventare developer. Nel 2020 ho fatto un master, sempre nella biologia, in cui dovevo lavorare con le tartarughe marine. Però nel 2020, come tutti sappiamo, avevo il Covid. Quindi l'inizio di tutto era andare lì e prendere la tartaruga per mettere i satelliti transmitter per farle che andassi a prendere diversi dati di queste tartarughe. Però in quel momento il Covid non si poteva fare e quindi mi hanno proposto di fare un'analisi di dati che avevano già, di tartarughe che c'erano già i transmitter, e io ho accettato. E quindi da lì ho iniziato a usare Python e tutte le tecnologie Django, PyQt utilizzato per fare questo grafico e tutti questi che vedete lì, per fare, oltre all'analisi di questi dati, un prototipo di website dove si vedeva la visualizzazione del percorso della tartaruga. Oltre al percorso c'era la profondità in cui è andato, quindi c'era anche un Dropbox con 10 layer in cui te potevi cambiare e vedere i dati in profondità. Quindi da lì, come vedete, ho passato a utilizzare Python. Perché prima di fare la mia contribuzione, quando mi hanno detto i miei colleghi al lavoro, farai una contribuzione, una proposta di contribuzione, che cosa è passato nella mia testa? Prima di tutto, overwhelming, molto intimidatorio. Ero in panico. Poi non sapevo da dove cominciare. Avevo i ragazzi che lavorano con me, molto esperti, e conoscevano quello mondo, però ho provato da me prima di tutto, vediamo come va. Quindi non sapevo nemmeno se avevo le competenze giuste. Come alla fine ho risolto questo problema della confidenza? Io non volevo mandare il mio codice per la community, perché avevo molta paura del riscontro, no? Dei feedback, dei commenti. Quindi ho chiesto a un mio collega, Nicolò, che oggi non è qui presente, a inviare per me. E lui ha inviato in nome suo. Da lì, quando ha inviato, qualcuno della community l'ha commentato, che quella funzione non poteva essere accettata perché non era supportata da tutti i back-end. Invece, questo è stato per me una lezione, perché ho capito l'importanza di interfacciarsi con la community e chiedere qualsiasi cosa, informazioni e tutto quanto. Quindi, la soluzione è non abbattersi. Chiedi ai colleghi, ci sono 20 tab che mi ha appoggiato in questo processo, chiedi a casa se sei con difficoltà al lavoro, chiedi. Quindi parla con qualcuno prossimo a te che ti aiuta in questa fase e tutti dobbiamo passare. Questo è un sondaggio che ha fatto DigitalOcean. Per chi non conosce, DigitalOcean è una società che fa cloud hosted platform. E loro fanno anche diversi sondaggi di trend riguardo a questi argomenti, cloud e tutto quanto, open source. E hanno fatto questa ricerca dove hanno chiesto a 4.300 sviluppatori se avevano già fatto una contribuzione. 55% loro avevano già fatto e quegli altri no. Quindi quegli altri sono elencati qui le difficoltà e vediamo che la maggior parte di loro non sapevano da dove iniziare. Ora vorrei chiedere, se posso, a voi di alzarvi le mani, chi ha già contribuito a un progetto open source. Ok? Quindi, alcuni di voi che siete qui, che non avete contribuito, vi inquadra qualcuno di questi elementi? Se mi potete alzare le mani, che così vede? Ok, quindi, vedi, ci sta, i dati ci sono, quindi è un processo difficile. Quindi, è più comune di quanto ne pensa, è questo che volevo passarvi. Non avere paura, tutti passano da questo. Quindi, cosa voglio lasciarvi con questo talk? Prima di tutto vorrei che, quando ho finito, tutti di voi avete provato a contribuire. Quindi, prendete il tempo necessario. Andate a guardare se ci sono delle guide, se ci sono magari delle issue che vi è semplice, che potete contribuire. Iniziate dalle piccole cose. questo, che cosa possiamo guadagnare? Prima di tutto guadagniamo le pratiche che c'è dietro la community, sappiamo come funziona, come si comunicano tra di loro, cosa è importante e cosa non è. Quindi vi voglio incoraggiare a spingersi a fare questo salto, che vale la pena, okay? E che la community non è un mostro. Loro, all'inizio uno può avere paura di interfacciarsi con qualcuno, però loro promuovono un ambiente molto di learning, diciamo, no? Ti incoraggiano, ti aiutano, ti rispondono se hai eventuali domande, e che non sei solo. E che questa esperienza può essere che non ha avuto successo, però con una poca esperienza così, un'altra qua, ti somma, e da lì che viene il tuo successo. Quindi vieni dalle piccole cose, la somma di tutto. Riconosci anche che questa esperienza, anche se non ha avuto successo, ma ci sono degli aspetti positivi, e questo anche per tutte le altre cose che fai. Ci sono la conoscenza acquisita e la crescita personale. E poi, se riuscirai a far sì che con la tua proposta viene accettata, da lì inizierai a fare connessioni. La gente inizia a conoscerti, farai amicizia, farai rete, non so molto come si dice in italiano, ma amplierai la rete di lavoro. Quindi, il mio talk vorrei lasciarvi che lascia la paura, buttati, prova, perché se ti hai passione puoi far parte di una community open source. Vi ringrazio.
Grazie. Allora, abbiamo qualche domanda. Prima domanda, dopo questa tua esperienza negativa, pensi di fare altre contribuzioni a Django o...
Penso di iniziare il mio percorso di contribuzioni molto più tranquillamente, prendendo il tempo necessario, vedendo quello che posso applicarmi a fare, ma sì.
Ok, seconda domanda, consigli a tutti di provare a fare una contribuzione a un progetto open source oppure bisogna essere prima esperti?
No, come avete visto, sono appena arrivata nella programmazione e ci ho provato, anche se è stata una proposta dell'azienda che non sono andata lì a farle, ma provate, vale la pena. Anche qui nella conferenza ho conosciuto tanta gente per conto di questo, quindi provate.
Beh, poi c'è qualcuno che vuole sapere se sai come si chiamava la tartaruga, ma penso che non sia molto interessante.
Allora, uno si chiamava Zeffiria e l'altro non mi ricordo, scusate, ma erano due. Okay.
Se c'è qualche altra domanda magari anche qua potete tranquillamente farla, altrimenti...
Sì, sì, lui.
Se la dici la ripeto perché non abbiamo il microfono mobile.
Vai.
Allora, la domanda è quanto è stato difficile utilizzare Git?
Allora, per me non è stato difficile perché usavo tutti i giorni al lavoro, quindi questo non è stato difficile. Quindi se sapete un po' potete fare tranquillamente. E poi come avete risolto alla fine? Vai.
Sì, la domanda è poi alla fine se siete riusciti a risolvere questo problema di contribuzione e come lo avete risolto.
Ok, quindi la proposta non è stata accettata perché non era supportata la funzione che volevamo mettere, una delle funzioni che è quella che ho fatto io, non era supportata da tutti i 5 backend e quindi non poteva essere messa dentro Django per questo motivo, quindi non è stata accettata.
Ok.
Ah, posso rispondere direttamente?
Sì.
Ok, quindi quella è una funzione semplice da aggiungere in qualsiasi progetto, quindi puoi tranquillamente aggiungere e ce l'hai lì per te. Però quell'obiettivo nostro era già aggiungere a Django, così non dobbiamo sempre a tutti i progetti aggiungerla. Okay?
Sono arrivate altre domande, perciò ero distratto. Dopo la tua esperienza puoi dare qualche consiglio per contribuire in particolare proprio a Django, dicono?
Ok, un consiglio. La guida è difficile. Il sito di Django è difficile da capire perché a volte ti dà le direttive ma ti butta anche indietro, tipo vai a guardare qua, ti fa vedere dei link da seguire ma a volte non sai giusto dove andare. Quindi fa un po' di attenzione su questo e se hai domande chiedere a chi ha già contribuito per aiutarti, perché non è semplice da capire la guida che c'è sul sito. Se avete visto, se potete vedere anche online i talk di Virginia che ha fatto sulla Wix del sito di Django, dice anche questo, che alcuni dei problemi sono questi che vogliamo migliorare.
C'è un'ultima domanda, credo, se non ce ne sono delle altre, che è arrivata su Slido. Consigli anche a altri di fare talk eventualmente su una propria contribuzione che è andata male? Cioè, secondo te è una cosa che può aiutare gli altri? Penso di
Sì, questo preparare
fatto
questo talk mi ha aiutato molto perché sono andata a approfondire sui canali Django, sono andata a approfondire, per esempio, volevo capire quando quando la community di Django ha detto questa cosa dei database. Quindi sono andata a cercare lo storico della community dove parlavano delle funzioni di database. Quindi da lì ho capito tante cose. Quindi questo aiuta tanto, per conto del talk.
Ok, le domande su Slide sono finite, non so se ci sono altre curiosità per Giuliana. Se non ci sono altre curiosità, noi ti ringraziamo di nuovo.
Grazie a voi. Ah, ok.
Okay. Good evening to everyone. I'm very happy to present Justin Mayer. Justin Mayer, his latest project is Forteza.com, which is software as a services, And another very important project of Justin was PyCon, static site generator written in Python. He is, the main contributor, the main developer, and the main maintainer of this project. And this afternoon, Justin starting to present us how open source is eating the world. Only one reminder for everyone, please, for the question and answer, use the Slido link in the schedule on the website. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that introduction. So just to recap, my name is Justin Mayer. I'm originally from Los Angeles, but about 5 years ago, this month actually, exactly 5 years ago, that my partner and I, we found a house in the Italian Alps, and we've been spending a lot of our time there. I am building Forteza, which is the app store for open source. This is my latest project. In my spare time, as mentioned, I maintain some open source projects like Pelican, Virtual Fish, which gives you virtual environments for fish shell, AutoPub, which is for automating package publication to PyPI, and probably too many other projects. So, quick question, how many people here develop an open source project that generates some money? Doesn't matter how much, but some. Okay, it looks like 3, okay. Now, who has an open source project that generates like an actual livable wage? Like you could live off of it in a year. Wow, congratulations to both of you. That's awesome. Fantastic. It makes me really happy. We're definitely going to talk more about that. So today we're going to cover these basic points. We're going to talk about how open source affects what other people call AI. I will keep calling it so-called because I don't like that term, and we'll get into that later. How open source improves ethics in software, the exploding growth of commercial open source, which it sounds like 2 of you have already figured out how to do, how to make money with open source, which is related to that, fake open source licenses that I think one should avoid. Again, my opinion, your mileage may vary, and the rise of open source and user applications. So it was back in, how many people here have ever used the Netscape browser back in the day? All right, so there's a few of us. All right, good to know. So Mark Andreessen is the person who developed Netscape. And he, 12 years ago in 2011, wrote this article that essentially amounts to software is eating the world. And it's been repeated over and over again, and you can read it for yourself. It's a long treatise on how everything is being replaced with software. All of these legacy processes that were paper-based and more and physical-based are now being replaced with software. One of the problems with that is that most of this is proprietary. And what that means is that you have this repeated pattern in my experience, because I've been observing it for far too long, is that you see this scrappy one or a handful of people, they develop a product, it's really useful, it's either free or very inexpensive, you try it as an early adopter, you really like it, you start telling your friends start telling their friends, and you get this critical mass going. Well, at some point, someone looks at it and goes, wow, like this project, this thing we created, like it's starting to get a lot of users. Like we should figure out how we can, extract more of the value, that we are giving all of these people. And so they start doing things like raising prices, restricting the amount of features that you can use. And this, or it's then sold to another company. Say it's a company you don't really agree with, ethically, or that has policies that you don't like. And then you've already invested a lot of your life into this product. So this pattern gets repeated over and over again. In English, we say, the first hit is free, and hit refers to drugs. So a drug dealer might give you the first drug, for free, knowing that you're going to like it, and you're going to come back, and he's going to sell you a lot more drugs. So this is kind of how proprietary software often works. And it creates a couple of problems, or a lot of problems, but one of them is vendor lock-in. So you have all of your data in the system, and then you can't get it out. So you have a data portability issue. You also have a data privacy issue. A lot of times, unless you're going to read all 89 pages of this privacy policy, you have no idea what they're going to do with your data. You have no idea. They can sell it to the highest bidder. It could be, even if they are honest, and mean well, it can be breached, and now all of this data is in some treasure trove posted on some torrent site that you have no ability to remove. So there are data privacy issues as well. Going back to this first hit is free business, one of the things they will often do is per seat pricing. And what that means is each person who uses this software pays X number of dollars or euro per month. And this seems fair on the surface, right? If you're a 10-person company, you should pay less than if you have 1,000 employees. But it creates all kinds of other problems where you then have this perverse incentive to have less people at your company use this valuable tool. Well, we don't want to let that department use it because that's going to increase our cost by a lot. So we're going to just have these few people use it. And so there are other ways of monetizing, of modeling, of right-sizing your pricing to different size companies. That's a topic for another talk, but per seat pricing to me is one of the things that I don't really like about proprietary software. There are security issues. They've shown again and again that open source software has fewer bugs than proprietary software. I could go into that. I don't need to. It's a fact. You can look it up. But security is a big reason why proprietary software is less secure than open source software. With open source software, you can customize things. You can, if there's a feature you want, you can propose it. If they don't accept it, you can fork it and add the feature yourself. You have agency. You have some degree of control over the features and bug fixes. With proprietary software, this is not something that you have control over. You can complain, you can ask, but eventually it comes down to they either do what you want them to do or they don't, and you have no control over it. So software is eating the world, and we've talked about some of the problems with proprietary software. Well, another thing that we keep seeing mentioned in the news over and over again is that so-called AI is eating software. You can see these claims all over the internet, including NVIDIA. The CEO said this exact same thing as far back as 2017, so even 6 years ago. He was talking about AI eating software. So therefore, it must be true. But whether we believe this or not, let's just accept it as fact for the moment. So another thing that's happening is that open source is eating AI, and we'll get into why that is true. But let's just accept that for the moment. And if that's true, if software is eating the world, and so-called AI is eating software, and open source is eating so-called AI, then by some warped variation of the transitive property, open source is eating the world. Now, obviously, it's doing that for a bunch of reasons, and not just because of what people are calling artificial intelligence. So back to this term, briefly, an aside. The more I read about what people call AI, the less intelligent it sounds. What has been achieved in the last 6 months alone is incredible, with image generation, the large language models, and all of the GPT variants. It's really incredible. But it's not intelligence. It's not learning either. I used to think, okay, well, machine learning. This is a more accurate term. Kind of. They don't learn, not the way we do. You can't, you have a baby, it learns. Like, it just observes its surroundings and learns. Like, that's not what these things do. And maybe this is just Justin being pedantic, being picky about words, which I often do. But I just don't really like this term. There's a computer scientist and former member of the Italian parliament named Stefano Quintarelli, and he was way ahead of his time 3.5 years ago when he suggested that we should drop the term artificial intelligence, and we should adopt a more appropriate and scope-limited terminology for these technologies that better describe what these technologies are. He proposed systematic approaches to learning algorithms and machine inferences, a wonderful new acronym that is, of course, pronounced salami. So this is the term that I prefer. When people talk about AI, I'm like, oh, salami, sure. It's like you can't, salami can't love you, right? But when you hear of AI, AI could fall in love with me or seek to destroy me. Like, no, it's salami. It can't do any of those things. It's not going to try to overthrow us. They're tools. It's like a hammer or a screwdriver. They can do many things, but it's still just a bunch of software running on a computer. It's not intelligent the way that we are, and until we come up with Asimov's positronic brain that mimics how our brains work, it's never going to be intelligent in the way that we are. So maybe that'll change someday, but until then, it's still just salami. Pictured here in its usual data center habitat. But now that I am done nitpicking words, until recently there were two choices. You could either spend enormous sums of money on computing infrastructure to train models, or you could rely on corporate proprietary products like DALL-E, Midjourney, and other things like that. This is now being challenged by open source projects that can run on your own computers, even ones that aren't particularly powerful. In fact, these silly salami images that I generated were on this machine using a program called Diffusion B, which is an open source project based on Stable Diffusion, which you're more than welcome to play with and check out. The generation is actually quite rapid. And the quality of the output of these tools is improving very rapidly. And the primary driver is the iterative improvement provided by people coming together and contributing to open source. And you can also brew install Diffusion B. And if for some reason you aren't using these amazing new open source tools to generate images of cyborg cats, then really, what are you doing with your life? Come on, you can spend it in better ways. This is how you should be spending your life. So large learning, whatever the LLM acronym stands for, I'm too tired to remember. But these tools are also, just like the image generation ones, are exploding every day. There's some new variation of some other tool building on top of the open source thing that someone else did the day before. You can download GPT-4all and run something that is comparable. It's probably not going to outclass the latest V4 version of ChatGPT. But you can run these things on your own machines. I've run this on this notebook. It's impressive that technology can now be run on this machine, and that's only happening because of open source. It can even run on your phone. This is another project that is being developed right now that will run on a phone. So over time, this is just going to become more and more widespread. So going back to the kind of traditional trajectory of proprietary software, it has almost always taken the form of products that are focused entirely on generating profits, and these software industry sectors usually become dominated by winner-take-all category killers from one or two companies. So you have these winner-take-all things like desktop operating systems, right? Microsoft and Apple. Mobile phone operating systems, you have Apple and Google. Accounting software and tax preparation. Well, at least in North America, you have Intuit and nobody else. Photo and video editing, Adobe, and a bunch of other very, very tiny companies that just struggle for the crumbs. So you look at that trend, and then you add the enormous cost of servers, data centers, cooling, insane amounts of storage, RAM, GPU, required to train these models. And it's natural to conclude that only the richest, most powerful companies will control this new class of software. But we're already seeing from all of those open source projects that I just linked to that that's not proving to be the case. That expectation is not panning out. Even Google, one of their researchers published an internal memo that got leaked that basically says, we, Google, have no moat. And a moat is the body of water around a castle that prevents people from attacking it. And the contention is, we, Google, have no way of preventing other companies, other open source tools, to compete with us, mainly because of open source. That's the entire purpose of this article. And the claim is that open source, salami will outcompete Google and OpenAI. One of the really money quotes in this leaked memo was, open source models are faster, more customizable, more private, and pound for pound more capable. They are doing things with $100 and 13 billion parameters that we, Google, struggle with at $10 million and 540 billion parameters, which is a really interesting way of looking at this seismic shift. Quick aside about OpenAI. Anytime you hear someone name their product open something, just think closed something, because that's usually what ends up happening in the end either way. OpenAI is not open source, not fully anyway, not anymore. It used to be a nonprofit, and now it's definitely for profit. So just keep that in mind when you think about OpenAI. And spoiler alert, OpenAI gets a lot of headlines today, but it is almost an inevitability that nearly all of this salami will become commodity open source inputs that power the entire world. Today, your smart light bulbs, whether you realize this or not, actually runs an embedded Linux operating system on your light bulb. In the future, your light bulbs will become these seemingly self-aware sentient beings powered by open source salami models. Won't that be fun? I look forward to these sentient light bulbs. So the ethics of proprietary software also are problematic. You have this topic that's been raised many times in Python conferences. If, as developers, if we are asked to add a feature that doesn't align, with our ethics and our core values, we shouldn't look the other way and just justify it with, I was just doing my job. But what are our options, right? If expressing the concerns doesn't have any effect, traditionally the only choice is to quit and find another job. But open source changes that game. Now if someone adds an ethically problematic feature to an open source project and refuses to remove it, despite public outcry, the community will simply fork the project and remove the morally repugnant code. It's another big problem easily solved with open source. So how do you make money in open source if anyone can use it for free? People will just assume, that this isn't really something that's feasible because it's free. Anyone can download it. But companies like Red Hat and GitLab have kind of led the way and proven that not only is it possible, but can also be highly profitable. And that was just the beginning of a flood of companies that are making money via open source. There's something called the COS index, or commercial open source index. And over the last 5 years alone, they've tracked all of this data, and they have found that there's more than 40 open source companies earning greater than $100 million in annual revenue, yielding more than $100 billion in realized outcomes in terms of either acquisitions or IPOs. So this comes from people who are venture capitalists that are specializing in this field. This is the data they collected. So this is a lot of money generated by a product that ostensibly is free. And believe it or not, this is something that you can do as well. This is within your reach. And if you take nothing else from this talk, I really want you to internalize that you can, it doesn't matter whether it's millions of dollars, but you can make money doing open source. And there are several different ways that you can do it. Probably the most common these days is some version of hosted software as a service. So you have say a web application, and you publish it on GitHub, but you also provide a hosted version because guess what? Figuring out how to host some random web application you found on GitHub, it's not easy and it requires work. Yes, okay, there's a Docker file and a Docker Compose, it's still work. You still are becoming a sysadmin, whether you want to or not. So you can have a hosted version and people will gladly pay for that privilege to not have to become a sysadmin and deploy it themselves. And if they do something that doesn't align with your values, if they go belly up, if they sell off to some other company, you have recourse. You can fork it. Someone else will fork it. It's not the end of the road for you. Another one is dual license, and this is where it is free and open source for the people that are willing to use it within the confines of what it offers. So you can make it say GPL, and if you're like, well, if we make changes to the code, we don't want to share the changes that we made, which is required under the GPL. Okay, that's fine. You can get a commercial license and we'll work out a price and then you can pay that price and then you don't have to share. And everyone wins. The company wins, the open source community wins, the maintainer who's putting time into it wins. There's open core, where part of the software is free and open source under some type of OSI license, and the other part of it, sometimes it'll say, everything outside of the EE directory in the project root is licensed under the MIT or Apache or a BSD, but everything in the EE directory is essentially proprietary license, and that's another way that you can kind of split this divide and make money from more advanced features that typically only enterprise customers need. You can also offer some kind of support subscription where you can install it yourself, you can use it yourself, but if you're like, I need help, well, generally, you don't really have options. Well, you can give them options and say, sure, here's some support contracts, which can help you earn money from the thing that you're working on. I want to briefly talk about what is open source, because there's more and more money piles into open source from venture capital. There's more and more people who want to benefit from the free marketing that you get when you say, oh, I have this new open source thing, but they don't want to actually be open source. They don't want the obligations that come with it. So this is what I call fake open source. And so they will often say they're open source, but if you really look at it, they're not using OSI-approved licenses like MIT, GPL, Apache, BSD. They create new licenses with bland names like business source license or server-side public license, and then you read them and you're like, well, wait a minute, this doesn't sound like open source. I can use it for my personal use, but if I host it for someone else, that's not allowed. It doesn't sound like open source anymore. Another one is called eventual open source, and this is something that Sentry uses, where they call it open source, but it's only open source after a certain period of time. And so all right, well, what if a bug gets fixed? You have to wait for a year or more to get that bug fixed because it's technically not open source yet? I don't know. I understand why. I know what they're trying to do. I get it. It makes perfect sense from a business perspective. I have a bit of a problem with it. It's fine. Just don't call it open source. Call it something else. And so that's why the open source initiative exists, because they decide this is what open source means. We have this definition. If you want to do something else, do something else. Don't use the term open source. And one of the other things that's really exciting about all this open source explosion is open source applications for end users. In the past, you had things like operating systems like BSD and Linux. You had libraries like OpenSSL, libjpeg, curl. And then you have server infrastructure like Apache or Postfix. But the last few years in particular has seen this explosion of open source web and mobile applications that are designed to be used by a wide range of end users, not just like a little widget or something you plug into something else. And so we've seen things like social networks where, whereas some of us used Twitter in the past, you can now use Mastodon. That's an open source web application. Instead of using 1Password, there's an open source combination of Bitwarden on the client side and Vault Warden on the server side. You can use SyncThing instead of Dropbox. You can use cal.com instead of Calendly. Shynet, which is a random obscure Django application, you can use instead of Google Analytics. So open source is now fully center stage. We are sitting in the front row of, of this explosion. And so now is the time to be part of this incredibly exciting paradigm shift. And I'm here to ask you, what are you waiting for? I'll just quickly add that you can find me, that's my personal site at justinmayer.com. There's Fortressa, which is my project I'm working on. This is Mastodon. If you must use the Dead Bird site, then that's me over there, but use Mastodon for all the aforementioned reasons.
Thank you. Perfect time. And we have one question. What do you think? What do you think about the issue of privacy and the consenting of regarding the data set of Salami are trained on? For example, images by artists that didn't consent it?
That's an excellent question. So whether it's a large language model that has just sucked in all of the text in the world, or whether it's image generation that's doing the same thing for images, it's regurgitating our data, the data that you've posted on the internet somewhere. And it does raise really interesting questions as to how appropriate is it for data that you did not intend to be used in that purpose to be used this way. Some people might argue, well, you put something out in the public, you didn't have any expectation that it would be private, that's why you put it up on the internet for the whole world to see. You obviously didn't expect it to be private, but you also didn't expect someone else to suck it all up, mix it around a lot, spit out some stuff, and then charge money for it either. So it's a thorny problem, and I don't know how we're going to work it out. This is why you have this, in Hollywood, you have a writer's strike right now that's going on, and one of their biggest problems is they want a moratorium of 3 years on this question of using large language models on their work, because they don't want to be just automated out of a job. And there's a lot of real concern there. So I don't know what the answer is, but I think there needs to be some framework where the people whose data is being used are you obviously can't ask for everyone's permission for 8 billion people, but we could figure out ways of monetizing and figuring out some kind of royalty system. It's a big problem. I don't know how you fix it, but hopefully we'll find a way.
Okay, we have another question. So 2 questions, but very similar. So is Sentry eventual open source? And what do you think about their licensing as a defense strategy against abuse?
So the question is,
Sentry.
right? So Sentry is
open source or not?
Okay. Yeah. So my argument is they, and I know David Kramer. He's a great guy. The founder and CEO of Sentry. He looks at it as eventual open source. That's the term he uses, and it's true. It's true. It eventually becomes open source. And like I said before, I respect that that's what they're trying to prevent people from, taking their project, forking it, giving it a new name, and charging money for it. I get it. It doesn't seem fair. It doesn't seem fair to me. It doesn't seem fair to them. So I think it's really more just a question of being somewhat careful with the terminology. I think if they want to call it source available, that then eventually becomes fully open source. And again, this is just nitpicking. This is me just nitpicking words. It's really not even fair to them. But I think it's important that people understand when something is fully open source and when it's not. That's all.
Okay, we have another question.
Yeah.
What is Fortressa? And does it help with the problem you raised?
So thank you. That's very kind of someone to ask that question. Fortressa is an answer to a problem that I had. And the problem, the dilemma is, okay, great. There's all these open source web applications that I just described, but installing them is really hard. And I'm not going to spend a Sunday figuring out someone's TypeScript stack that I don't know how to use. But I'm willing to do that if it means that I can automate the process and then other people can benefit from the work that I've done. So that was the idea. I wanted to take all of these SaaS tools that some of which I don't want to use for the reasons I mentioned, and use these open source equivalents, these substitutes, but the maintenance burden of them is not, it's not worth it for me to do just for myself. But if I do it and then share that as like an app store for open source, where you can just say, okay, I want this Vault Warden, I want this for scheduling, then you just get those applications, and you don't have to be a sysadmin, you don't have to do those things. So that's why I built Fortressa.
Okay, we have time just for last question,
Sure.
for a very quick answer. If you don't like per seats or reduced feature, how do you bucket different pricing levels?
Okay, I'm sorry. Say it one more time. I didn't quite get that.
Okay. If you prefer to
Yeah.
If you don't like
Okay, if you don't like per seat or reduced features, how do you bucket different pricing levels? Oh, okay. The thing that I punted on, sure. Okay, so one of the ones that I prefer is usage-based pricing. This doesn't work for every kind of software, but it works great for some of them. So let's say that you are monitoring cron jobs. Okay, you have a tool, a SaaS product that monitors cron jobs and tells you when they don't run. They fail for some reason. Well, most of the time, you probably don't know when they fail, right? It's supposed to generate an email, but like your email server gets blocked or it gets caught in spam. You don't know that your cron jobs aren't running. So these tools exist. And one thing you can do is base the pricing not per user, but per cron job that you're monitoring, or have tiers for the number of notifications that you're sending. So usage-based pricing is a great way of allowing your whole company to use this thing. You're not going to say, oh, we're just going to let these 5 people use it. So that gets around that problem very neatly, and a team of 10 is going to have less usage than a team of 10,000. So that's an example of a great way to do it. There are others, but it's probably not in scope for, for right now.
Okay, so we have a question, but the time is running out. So thanks to Justin.
Thanks everyone for coming. Feel free to come and chat if you like.
Okay, good evening to everyone. I'm very happy to present Mauro Pelucchi. He's a senior data scientist and he's starting to speaking about data warehouse, meet data lakes. Just one note before of starting your speech. Please post your question on Slido. Do you find the link of Slido in the schedule on the website? Thank you.
Okay, let's start very quick because I would like to share with you a lot of methodology, approach, and technologies that I use every day in my company, but also I would like to share some real experience from our project with the European Union. So, first of all, I would like to say thank you to Lelio for the presentation and to the support team, and to say thank you for the colleagues of PyCon that permit us to stay here today. So, my talk will be about data warehouse and data lakes. So, if you have some experience in BI process, BI intelligence, data warehouse is a quite old technology. So I think it is from 1994. So to see a lot of very young people here is very good for me. But also, I will try to propose you different approaches of analysis and analytics. In the next slide, I will start to understand why we continue to need a data warehouse in our organization, and also why we need a data lake, and the role of the two different objects, the data lake and data warehouse. I would like also to speak about a little about the technology to try to create this sort of approach where when we use a bottom-up approach to try to release a new insight, and a top-down approach to try to make more consistency inside our analytics. I will try to share with you our experience with three types of technology: Apache UDI, Delta.io, and Iceberg. Both three are open source, so you can also, after my talk, go to their website and try to use it. So, Lelio introduced me, so we'll go very quickly about what I do every day. I am a senior data scientist, and I try to lead a group for data science inside one multinational organization where we try to create insight, try to extract trending projection about the labor market. So my role and the goal of my company is inside the real-time labor market analytics. And the experience that I would like to share with you is coming from a real project from the European Union. So from a free agency that I would like to mention because so we are in Italy and inside the European Union. So Eurostat, that is, I think you know very well, try to organize the statistics around the European Union. CEDEFOP and ETF are more strange because CEDEFOP take care about the vocational training inside the European Union. ETF, the European Training Foundation, more or less the same work, but around the European Union, so regions like Ukraine, Georgia, Morocco, Tunisia, so the boundaries. If you would like to stay in touch with me, I'm very happy to support you. If you want to share some questions also after the talk, if you need some suggestion and so on, please, you see my mail, my GitHub account, my Twitter account, and in this repository on GitHub, you will find the material about the talk of today. In my repository account, you will find also the material of other talks and so on. So if you more or less about data analytics, machine learning, and so on. So I repeat, if you need something, write me. Usually I am quite around the world, but I try to respond to you. The insights that I would like to share with you today are coming, I repeat, from a real project from the European Union. The title of the project is Real-Time Labor Market Information System Skill Requirement. I know that is quite long, quite difficult to understand, I know. But let me to explain a little so you can understand the boundaries of my research topics and my experience. So, real-time labor market analytics, why? Because in the 2017, the European Union started to think, and we are happy, started to think that the conventional and the traditional data was not enough to try to track some issue in the labor market. You know very well that nowadays we have a lot of change in the labor market, a lot of new phenomena, a lot of new
way to work. So starting from digitalization of a professional, we appear so a lot of soft skill inside the labor market. We have a lot of new profession and a lot of new skill. If you take some example, the data scientist is a job title that appeared in the labor market in 2012, so 2011, so not 50 years ago. And of course, new phenomenon like the smart working in Italy and the remote working around the world. And if you watch the last 6 months, the era of generative AI. We don't know what will be the generative AI for the labor market. So starting from all of this consideration, the European Union would like to introduce in the normal and the conventional statistic where we use it and we continue to use a data warehouse, so a classical data warehouse with rows, column, dimension, matrix, facts, all these normal way to operate, new data. New data because with new data, the idea of 8 years ago, the new data was more good to have more fast data in real time. So our thought was with this type of data, it was more good to try to track the evolution of a new phenomenon, and so on. So we started to use web data. What we did, and what we continue to do every day, we started to try to collect online job posting data, directly posted by the employer, to try to release insight, analytics, and the new stuff. In this part of the chart, we have a lot of classical business intelligence tools like Tableau, Power BI, Click, or we use Pandas, Python, and so on. But as you can see, we have charts, so normal insight. On this side of the slide, we have a lot of raw data, images, and starting from some month, we started to have also videos, podcasts about labor market, okay? Because the labor market is dynamic, okay? Labor market is dynamic not only as a job seeker, but also as employers that would like to hire us. So, finally, what we created after a couple 6 months of work is a system to try to track the evolution of the labor market. If you watch to this website, is a public website from the European Union that is able to track the new skill, the new occupation, and the demand of the employers around. So currently in the 28 countries of the European Union, if you wait for a couple of weeks, also for the EFTA and candidate countries. But of course, to our stakeholders that are policymakers, politicians, so you know politicians with microdata are not so very good. They would like to have a very fast view. So to try to release insight. So as you can see, we don't have 4 terabytes of data here. If we watch to my data lake now, I have something like 4 terabytes of compressed data. But from this 4 terabytes, I am able to extract only a chart, where the more trended skill, so in this case, so we are in a Python conference about the data, so I started to watch to the big data part of the labor market and the skill. So as you can see, we are on a good conference because from our AI model, we track that Python is a skill disruptor for the labor market in big data in the future. Okay, so good. And also we can try to observe what are the more difficult to fill skill. And we started to release a bit insight to our decision maker. How? We apply a classical methodology. So I am applying this methodology since 2002 with conventional data, survey data, and then we continue to apply the same methodology, but with different sources, okay? As you can see, we started to have 2 areas where we store the data. One area is a document store with some feature, so NoSQL, the schema is not so well defined. Here we can store raw data, but finally we have a classical data warehouse where we base our analytics, where the analyst, the statistician, the decision maker can access. And as you can see, are 2 different objects inside this picture. Why? Of course, because we try to collect data from the web labor market. So employment agency, web job portals, companies, universities, and so on. We try to apply different methodology to collect the data. We try to improve the quality of the data to reduce the noise that we can collect. But finally, and we store every raw data, every unstructured data. So HTML, raw data, job posting data. We also have a social profile from popular social network inside this data lake. But finally, we try to link each single record of our data lake, where we have a job posting mainly, with international standard or private standard, because it's the only way to increase the quality and to have consistency inside the data. And of course, if I am a politician, if I'm a decision maker, I would like to see a time series quite defined. I would like to see something that I can analyze to create policy for the future. This methodology is the same described by Opeper in 1994, called KDD, Knowledge Discovery Database. It is the same approach, but with new data. Why we need the same approach? I would like to go back to 2094. It is not mine. It is coming from a popular TEDx talk. If you look in Google, you will find it. It's very beautiful, from Cookier, where in Berlin, Cookier asked to the participant, what is the America's favorite type of cake? And the participant responds with the favorite. Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you. So it is the same. So it was a TEDx talk of 11 years ago. But as you can see, it is the same response. But the real stuff is how do we know that the popular type of cake is the apple pie? Because in our process, we started to watch to the retail sales data. So how many revenue we have from each single type of cake. We try to remove the noise. We try to provide this data to, ideally, our marketing and sales team, and to produce analytics. So in these 2 seconds, what we did is, okay, start with retail sales data, maybe also from some film and so on. But so let me to say that the process is this one. And it is the same process described by Solomon, that is literature, in 2004. It is the BI process, BI intelligence process, where we collect data, we transform data to increase the quality, we store the data in some place where we have consistency, we have quality, and at the end we release insight. It is practically the same process. Of course, when I ask it to you, what is the America's favorite type of cake, we think about the source system, maybe our ERP system, our retail system. We collect the data. We store the data in some part of our organization, and we provide the data to our decision maker. Okay? And this is the classical top-down approach, where the data warehouse is a critical component, because from the data warehouse, starting from one question, we can deliver insight to our user, to our stakeholder. But now I need to come back to some slides ago, because my question was, what is the favorite type of cake? Not a generic question. Okay, so I would like to say that favorite is not equal to retail. It's not equal to revenue. Okay, I come back from Germany few hours ago. I stayed in Germany 6 days, and I don't have nothing with my German colleagues, but after 6 days, I can say that in German they eat only potatoes and meat, more or less. But so it is my experience. So as you can see, it's not the same. It depends really by the question. Okay, so maybe if we have a new question, we can also have new sources. And new sources need new way to analyze the data. In this context, I would like to propose to you a bottom-up approach. So not starting from a single question, but could be right, but start to collect everything, to have an object inside your organization where you can store everything and then create new question. One of the popular questions that my stakeholder, my customer send me every day currently is about the remote working, but it's a completely new phenomenon, okay? They cannot use conventional data collected several years ago to try to understand what will be the evolution of the remote working in the future. It's impossible because it's a completely new question. With web data, and I'm lucky because I started to collect data in Italy 2012, I can watch to the raw data, to the HTML page, and try to understand what will be the future. Okay, I don't have a crystal ball, but I can try to make some projection, try to understand where the remote working was present before the pandemic, during the pandemic, and currently. And why I can? Because I have all the data. So it is a completely different approach. I don't start from a question, but I start from everything. And I need a place that is updated in real time, is able to store any data, any structure, any sources, a place where I can store images like text, like videos, because in the future I can apply normal reporting, normal econometrics model, normal stuff that I'm doing since 2002, but also new way, machine learning model, large language model, and new model that maybe arrive next year and so on. So I need a way that is able to scale up my analytics and my analysis. And of course, I continue to use data warehouse in the organization because the data lake is a place, let me to say, is like the kitchen of a beautiful restaurant. And I don't want that my user access to my kitchen. I would like that they stay in my restaurant, they use my data. Data warehouse in this context is like the restaurant where the people can eat because it's a good place, the food is in a good quality, the data are consistent, so no issue about nothing. If I query the data warehouse now and after 2 minutes, the number will not change. Okay, so I can extract a decision from the data warehouse. But of course, I need a data lake. Data lake is like my kitchen in this case, where I continue to maintain the raw ingredients. I continue to add maybe new tests because I would like to prepare new beautiful recipe. Okay, maybe new. Okay, and of course, the data lake is accessible not to everyone, but to my chef, in this case, my data scientist, and so on. So as you can see, you can maintain both the approach, but for 2 different scopes. Of course, the data lake is good for because it is machine learning ready. So I can access and create a new model. I can store raw data. Of course, I need a model of my data because I'm not a fan of the not schema-less, but schema-free. And of course, can rapid change. So can store anything, any type of data, and so on. What are the difference between data lake and data warehouse before to pass to a real picture? Of course, data warehouse continue to be used in the organization and are very good because, I repeat, the feature are the quality of the data, the structure of the data, the expert that curate the quality, the consistency, and the release of the data. Data lake are for data scientists, for new type of user that is able to understand that the data maybe are not in a beautiful quality, but can be used to release a new insight. Here I have a structured data, and I don't have a quality matrix because so often I cannot measure the quality of my data inside the data lake. This is the architecture of the system that I use every day for the European Union. As you can see, I have 2 main objects. The data lake, and I will speak about also the technology and the data lake in a few slides, and the data warehouse. And as you can see, I have a completely different user. Starting from the ingestion, So I have a process that is able to clean the data, prepare the data, and then classify the data according to international standard about occupation, skill, type of contract, salary, and so on. And of course, under each data pipeline, here I have a storage, and it is different than this one. But data lake is the place where data scientists can access to try to make new analysis. We started 2 years ago, end of 2021, to try to observe the green transition. And international standards are enabled to track the green transition because it's a complete new sector. In this case, the data scientists accessed to this place to try to understand how the jobs are related to the green transition and so on. And of course, when the data are ready in a good quality, maybe each week, each day, each month, it depends by the different process, the data are moved to the data warehouse, where we apply rules. What mean rules? That in this case, one department of the European Union authored a list of rules, classical statistical rules like Kramer distribution, like validation of the structure, that validate the data. In this place can act a statistician because they apply code, mainly in R, to try to measure, in this case, the quality of the data. And if the data are not in good quality, the data come back in the data lake. And of course, in this position of the system, data analyst, decision maker, citizen, also citizen, can access to understand the evolution. Practically, the pipeline, the full pipeline, is inside AWS. So it could be AWS, it could be Google Cloud, it could be another provider, but only to give you a couple of technology. The data lake is based on data.io, and we will see in a few minutes why. Then we have a process that creates this area based on a columnar format. Why we have this confidential area? Because in web data you can find personal data. So in this part of the system, maybe only the chef can access, only I, my colleagues, so only expert. Then we have a process based on PySpark and the EMR that take the data and move the data to the validation area. In the validation area with batch, so Docker machine, we validate the data, and we produce 3 versions of the data. One is the latest version, one is the versioned, because we would like to maintain a version of the data. The politician, the decision maker, create policy on our data. And of course, web data change rapidly. So in this case, we store a version of each single release of the data to permit them to try to check what is changed. And also the source, the raw source. Let me to finish. Technology that we use. We use mainly 2 technologies in the data lake that are data.io and Apache UD. I would like also to mention Iceberg, but currently we are not using it in production. So data lake is coming from Databricks, so it is married with Apache Spark, mainly. It's very good, but we have some issue. Apache UD is another technology mainly coming from Uber and Apache. It's good because it's fully integrated in AWS for us. So we don't have issue about integration, deploying, and so on. Iceberg is coming from Netflix and AWS. What are the pros of the 2 different approaches? Data.io is very good because we can have ACID transaction, upsert operation, deletes over the data. So mainly, we can insert, delete, update the data lake when we want. The issue that is very good for single transaction could be quite bad for batch operation. So when we classify the data, we would like to have more efficiency. And in this case, we use Apache UD. Because Apache UD have 3 views on the data. One is the incremental view, where we started to store the data. Then, after some minutes, depending on configuration, the data are moved to the real-time view and to the read-optimized view. As you can see, in this way, we can make more efficiency because the batch operation, when we have to delete a table, recreate the table, and so on, is very more fast. On the other hand, Apache Iceberg is very good when you have to run snapshot on the data. I repeat, currently we are not using it in production, but we are thinking to watch. If you would like to have a benchmark of performance, you will find in my slide this comparison is coming from Databricks mainly because we have Zarya here. But as you can see that both free technology is very good to build a data lake, but it depends by your case. If you need a snapshot, Iceberg is the best one, in my opinion. If you are able to work in batch, UD is the best technology. If you need only upsert and stop, Delta.io is more good. And don't worry if you use different technology, okay? My suggestion, use the best technology for your needs. So if you need maybe two technology like us, so we use both UDI, both Delta.io. Okay, and also you find in the slide a recap about the differences. It is based on the latest version. Mainly, we have a release every month, so could be already obsolete, okay? But try to check, and then in the slide, you will find the link to the presentation. So thank you to everyone, and I watch to Lelio.
Thanks. Now start with question. I have some question. On Slido. Okay. The first question is, what were the exact real-time requirements in your project? Could you define what it meant for you?
Yeah, so I would like to mention a couple of cases. One is coming from my project. A couple are coming from the week that I passed in Germany, where I lead a train about web scraping for National Statistical Institute. So about the labor market real time, it's because I don't know if you are familiar with conventional data in labor market. Mainly, you have one survey every year if you are lucky. Okay, so the data that are coming to us about the evolution of the labor market are mainly yearly annual data. And of course, if you watch the data more quickly, real-time data are more good. We collect the data each second. So we have a scraping machine, let me to say, a system that is able to scrape data every single second. And it is the same approach currently that National Statistical Institute are using, for example, to collect price. If you watch to the Billion Price Project, is a public project where they collect price, more or less, from website, and they try to compare this price with more or less the same approach with the offline price to understand what's happening. And the collection, of course, is in real time.
Okay. Next question. Is it correct that data warehouse is a subset of data lake?
I think not correct, because I prefer, so it is my personal opinion, maybe in the literature someone think another stuff, because as you can see, they are following two different life cycle. So data lake can be updated also every second. Okay, every minute is dependent by your process. More or less, we collect the data and we process the data and we move the data here. Okay, here the data are moved in batch because we wait the finish of each single classification pipeline. But then the data lake is ready. And then we move the data only each month here because the people that stay in this part of the slide need the consistency in the data. And of course, real time is good, but for them, real time is monthly data. I think, in my opinion, are two different objects with two different scope.
Okay, other question. What about data that doesn't pass the validation step?
Yes, good question. So it depends. It depends by validation rule. Each single validation rule, I repeat, in this case, only to give you an example, are a lot of rules are in R and not in Python. Okay, but we are in PyCon IT because we have a lot of statisticians that take care about it. The output of validation rule could be okay, warning, error. So if okay, good. Warning are something that we can understand, okay? Every release that we run in the data are also it's also commented on a wiki area that is public. And when we have a warning, we document the warning, we try to explain. When we have an error, this blocks the release. So inside the system, if we have an error during the validation, the data are not physically released. So we block the release, and before we understand what is happening.
What does your IMR cluster setup look like?
Good question. Good question. So we use a custom implementation, so custom configuration of EMR, and it is a dynamic configuration. So we don't have a cluster EMR that stay open each day, of course, because my bill in the AWS could be too huge. What we have is a dynamic configuration. So we start from at least 5 nodes, but then we use a AWS step function to create the cluster. What I mean? The first step of my workflow receives an input the size of the data, and from the size, we try to compute the best parameter to configure the cluster, okay? More or less, we use only the size of the data to be received. We can have a cluster from 5, 6 nodes to 100 nodes. It depends by the size.
Okay, thank you. We have other questions, but we have no time. Okay. So thanks to Mauro.
Thank you, Elio. Thank you.
Okay, good evening to everyone. I'm very glad to present Radovan Bašović.
Perfect.
Thank you. That is a senior data engineering at the company GitLab.com, and he will start to speak about to do the magic with DevOps and open source, of course, with Python.
Thanks a lot for a nice introduction. Hello, everyone.
Please, just one reminder for everyone. If you have a question, please use the Slido app. Do you find the link on the schedule on the website? Thank you.
OK, first of all, I need to talk and walk. There is no clicker. It's good for my condition, probably not so good for you. So we'll interrupt you to watch into the slides. My name is Radovan Bašović, and last week I gave a talk or tutorial about DBT, and 15 times my friend told to me, I think tutorials were good, and my friend told me, everything was so cool, Radovan, but you said 15 times, this is so cool. I was so hot about DBT, and also, this room is called Pizza. I'm in Firenze. There is plenty of talk about Python, and a lot of Python is here, so this is so cool. And today we will talk about some magic and how we establish data products, data services in a company called GitLab. Maybe you heard, maybe not, doesn't matter. We'll try to share my impression with you. What we are doing as a data team, you know the meme. We are using our product, which we are using to build our product, to analyze the data from our product. So that's what our data team is doing, and it can be so weird for all of you. And what's wrong with this sentence? It's very unclear, so confused. I see recursion there, and still, you don't know what we are doing. But this is 100% true. Why and how? Let me show you. Data team in GitLab, let's jump in and see what I have for you today. Crucial to know GitLab, the company. As I said, maybe you heard, maybe not, but what we are doing. Everything starts, as usual in each company, with a mission. And our mission said, everyone can contribute. In addition to that, I would say everyone should contribute. We are open core, open source company from the beginning, so this is very vital for us. To drive our business, we create or define a set of rules or values, which is fairly easy to remember. Credit, in our case, stands for collaboration, results, efficiency, diversity, inclusion, and belonging, iteration, and transparency. So, if you're very lazy, remember credit. Everyone else should be found on the internet. Let's talk a bit more. Also, distinguish GitLab company against GitLab product. Same name, different purpose. What our product is, or what we are doing one thing I think we are doing very, very good. Last 1 year back, I would say this is DevOps product, but these days it's very hypey. DevSecOps platform support you in all stages of your software development life cycle. We help you to build cool, nice software products. What does it mean? 10 stages for you: plan, create, verify, for package, secure, and release, up to configure, monitor, and manage. With detailed explanation how we are doing the business, what we can provide to you. Of course, almost end of the day 2 of the conference. If you're lazy, tired like me, very humble explanation, just 10 icons, what we are doing, what we can provide to you, okay? And of course, I don't have intention to kill you by PowerPoints and zillion slides, just to share a couple of numbers with you, what I think it's important to remember, and maybe can inspire you to be better in your business. No office is no problem for us. From day 1, 0, we are all remote company. Our operational model is fully remote. So no offices, no problem for us. It means 0 offices. 60+ team members around the globe, we hire globally, in 60+ countries and regions. Unfortunately, as we are transparent, we had layoffs, and 7% of us are not in GitLab anymore. You can guess I somehow survived, and still we are doing a great stuff. So good to remember, this number of people create the product for you. Very proud of this number, 30+ million users for small horde startups via well-known enterprises, academia, government, non-government organizations, let's say hobbyists, are registered user for GitLab, both SaaS and on-prem, plus these days it's called GitLab Dedicate, your private cloud GitLab installation for you. Of course, for more than 11 years now, we release new version of our software and provide new features for you. So it's very easy to know, 22nd of each month, what you can expect, no delays, no exceptions, and no exclusions. New, cool, nice features of the product. Sorry, I'm walking a lot. There is no other way. But I think, as I said, it's good for me. We already talked about transparency and our value. We are brutally transparent. Why? Everything we are doing, we store in our handbook. Officially, it contains 2,000 pages of web pages of text. Unofficially, it's 3-4 times more. Whatever you need there, you can find. It's open to the world and to you almost 100%. What does it mean? If you're a small horse startup, your job is doing great, you need to hire a new engineer, right? You don't have the budget for HR agency, you don't want to ask your friend to do that for you. Go there and see what is required to hire junior, mid-year software, senior software engineer, and how we are doing that. What the requirements are, what expectations are, what tech stack is, what job grades are, and that's it. Even better, if your business explodes and you have 100 people and you have plenty of data and you need a data team, don't ask me, I will charge you, but everything you need is in the handbook. Job grades, specification, projects, what we are doing, how we are doing that, managers levels, directors, technology, explanation is there. So stick with brutal transparency, help us a lot. Why this is important? Heart of the company is data platform and the data team with a plenty of Python inside, which is great. I'm so thrilled about that. That's why I'm here. We have our mission to deliver trusted data in cost-efficient manner and avoid bankruptcy. These days, it's very easy to turn on the cloud resources and have $0 at the end of the month. So we want to deliver trusted data on time to the stakeholders when they need the data in cost-efficient manner. That's our mission. This is called data value pyramid. For the purpose of this talk, it's laying down on the slide. From all good data, through information, knowledge, and wisdom, we are in between with strong intention to go there and understand what's going on and which button we need to press here in order to see the change there and also provide the value for the business. So this is a data value pyramid. When we are talking about type of analytics, how and what we are doing, all good days when you understand what's going on to the latest stage about prescriptive analytics to understand which action you should take there to see the results here, as we already said. Currently, still in the middle with strong intention to move forward. In this case, it's on my left, your right. It's called data capability model or models. Challenges. We recently created a team, and our company is 11 years old. I mentioned that. So how to reconcile this, let's say, malfunction in ages? Then, how to scale data platform in an efficient way. You remember we talk about it's plenty of data growing rapidly every day. How you should deal with that in cost-efficient manner to avoid bankruptcy, of course. How to orchestrate, harmonize, and synchronize each component in your ecosystem in order to produce the value for the business when they need the data and the quality of data they need. How to decrease time to market. You remember our value iteration. Go in short toes, avoid big projects, which usually it failed, and iterate on each problem you have. One of the way and tip for you how to decrease time to market, how to move fast. That's one of our challenges. How to increase visibility. There are some folks in our company that say to me, yeah, we are using the data, pretty much we are happy with that, but I don't know you even exist. I don't know how data came from. And that's one external part, to increase our visibility inside the company and leverage data usage. External visibility is nice conferences like this. So I want to show how cool we are, how I want to share the knowledge with you, and share our experience. Of course, maybe there can be inspiration for you. Action. Heart of our company is open core and open source. This is a two-way street. We create to community and for community, and want to listen what community can provide to us, what the feedbacks are, so our product can be better and better, along with that and our data platform. This is a very interesting word. I don't know if you have heard or not. It's called dog fooding. It means if you have a product in your company, you can use more that product on daily basis to leverage your usage. In our case, it's our product GitLab. We are using to build a data platform, in order to provide the data on time in cost-efficient manner. I repeated this a couple of times. I think it's so vital for all of you. Dog fooding, we create DevSecOps platform, and we stick with that mindset. There are plenty of discussion what DevOps is. Is it mindset? Is it set of tools? Is it a culture? Whatever. In my humble opinion, DevOps or DevSecOps is mindset and a culture you should promote in your company in order to move fast, produce the value, at the end profit for your company. Dog fooding. GitLab, Gitflow. When I came in this GitLab world, I am from another planet. You know the drill. It was a different Gitflow. It's called just a Gitflow, I think. You have 4 type of branches: master, develop, hotfix, releases, whatever. Here we have main type of branch and short-lived development branch. Why is like that? I think this can work normally, but using our product, we are able to move fast and have short-lived develop branch, merge everything immediately on the master, which is push production as soon as possible. Your increment is so small in that case. If you fail, you can easily revert back. There is no huge chain of components and dependency can create a hell in your life very quickly because you don't know how to roll back. So go with short toss, iterate on the problem. Iterate fast, move fast, release frequently. As we said, GitLab, Gitflow plus product provide you very fast pace and decrease the time to the market. It's very easy. Everything starts with the issue. If you want to do something, if you want to change something, if you want to discuss or explore something, put it in the issue. It's first point of contact in DevSecOps infinite loop. You know the drill. I talked with few folks earlier today about the Slack. If you want to search something, who changed what was the context and motivation around that, you go to emails, you go to Slack, in Sheets, try to create a full context to understand the picture. For us, it's fairly easy. Why? After 3 months, our Slack messages are done, or gone, or deleted. Everything should be here or in the handbook. It's a single source of truth for us. That's the way how we prevent go into the infinite discussion and searching for the context. People, most valuable asset as usual, not just a phrase for us. Recently created team with definition of roles, tasks, duties, responsibilities, everything you need to orchestrate your team through forming, storming, norming, and performing stage and life cycle of the teams. Now I think we are performing well. Maybe I'm wrong. And my favorite, tech stack. To be on the safe side, I would say it's mainly open source. Probably it's not possible to have 100% open source data platform or any kind of platform, but this is it. Let's stop a bit from left to right. Multi-cloud solution. GCP, AWS, this was Docker before, now it's Rancher because it's free. Kubernetes engine, deploy on GCP. We are talking only about the data. Probably most popular orchestration tool on the market or on open source sky in the world, Apache Airflow, do the things for us to orchestrate all pipelines and the processes. Snowplow is great open source analytics tool to capture front and back end events on your software and easily push it to your database of choice. In our case, it is Snowflake cloud data platform or warehouse or something else, call it as you want, and easily capture all details regarding analytics. So you can easily create the metrics, what's going on with your application, who click what's going on under the hood. Out-of-the-shelf tools for extraction, Fivetran and Stitch. For major, well-known providers, I have the data here, I want the data there, I will pay you, and data is there as soon as possible, I will do the rest. Everything from here mainly is created in Python. That's cool stuff. Data observability. Now it's fairly easy to create a pipeline. You can build it, you can buy it, you can make it, you can do whatever you want. What is inside of data? What is the heartbeat of your data? What is the pattern of behavior of your data? Monte Carlo provides the answer for us. We evaluated several tools on the market, and we say, okay, this will probably work for us. And this is cool, because it's created in Python. The light machine learning model, still learning, not so fast. try to say to us, what is the pattern of behavior of your data? Data drop, data increases, any rapid change, and we are alerted immediately in Slack, and it's gone after 3 months. So we can be very proactive about that. For all custom-made stuff, ad hoc things, pipelines, extractions, for more exotic providers, of course, you know the drill. For transformation of the data, single source of truth for us is data DBT, also stands for database tool or transformer. I'm not sure yet. Singer.io and Meltano going hand by hand. It is ETL standard, and Meltano is out-of-the-box ETL as a service or ELT as a service open source tool. I will tell more about this later on. You will see why. Snowflake, single database. Everything regarding data is there. We are building data lake these days, but still not on this slide. Data science, machine learning, well-known Jupyter, of course, Python. For visualization, it's Sisense, and soon I will put Tableau there, because we finally accept, yeah, we will use Tableau as a second option for visualization. Yeah. Actions. Just to mention rising stars here. DBT stands for Database Transformer. It means out-of-the-box single source of truth to transform your data. Pure Python, pure open source, their paid version, of course. Jinja, SQL, Python. All transformations, all documentation, out of the box, all machine learning, data science, Python models, SQL models can be done here for zero cost for you. So, also good to mention this kind of stuff. Second rising star, Meltano. Guys from GitLab and my colleague from data team create a separate company, out-of-the-box ETL, ELT tool. Organically, it has DBT integration. So if you have any kind of request, source here, target there, you can easily connect the data, run Meltano on the cluster, and everything is done. If something is missing, each target or tap, you can create it by own. As I said, I create tap for learning platform for US. It's called AdCast. You can check it. Also, I create or fix target for Snowflake. Where to check this tool can be your toolbox for data world and solving the data problem. Monte Carlo, as we said, data observability, machine learning models in Python. You have a portal, hook up on your database, and you get everything you need to see X-ray through your data. Not only not null, unique, reference, but really behavior of the data or the models you want to track. Still, we are on a speed call with them and try to improve the product, I would say, on daily basis or weekly basis. This is cool, this is new. It's called Permafrost. Not so well known. I'm a maintainer. This is open source project started in GitLab. If you're using Snowflake, regarding the privileges, grants, roles, and users, you have YAML file, and you can schedule it somehow. Cron, Dagster, Airflow, you name it. Define your roles and users in combination in YAML, call permafrost code, and everything is there for you. We are heavily used this. As I said, I'm a maintainer. If you're interested in more details, just ping me, and you'll find it in our repo in GitLab. Tools. Everything should be automated. Depends what we change in our platform. We run set of pipelines. We are so lazy, when we change DBT code, we run SQL linters, we run automation for DBT checks, run the models, check everything, go up to production. If you change Python code, of course, PyTest, linters, compliance, security, everything is there. So be so lazy about that. Test environments. Snowflake provides a very cool feature called zero copy clone, and it means, you know the drill, create feature, test something, put on production, and it's running for a couple of something, days, weeks, hours, whatever. It's really painful stuff. Zero copy clone feature in Snowflake provides you fully ready, out of the box, ready to eat prod-like environment with structure and with the data. Even better stuff, you will pay only for the incremental changes. If you don't touch anything, there is no charge, and your manager will like that. Then, if you, let's say, change something, you will be charged. How it's going with us? When we do a first commit, we create test environment, do our job. When merge request is merged, this is dropped. So we keep it very low in cost and try to be efficient. Our result is what? Enterprise data platform in mainly open source world, as I said. And I like it for various reasons. People, roles, and responsibilities. As I said, a recently created team is data team. and also data science team is our youngest colleagues. Why this is cool? I'm a data engineer. My work is so dirty, not so attractive to the people, and also great shout out to these guys. Few projects, propensity to expand, to contract, and user segmentation. This project allows us to see how likely in percentage is customer to unlock more stages, you remember our test stages, and give us more money or buy more license. Or how likely is customer to go to other competitor rather than stay with us. Or how to create very unique way of communication with the customer. User segmentation can help us a lot. Why? Because when you register in GitLab platform, you go in one bucket, and based on that bucket, your properties, we will contact you in a different way, and everything should be very organic and very subtle. So I always like to talk about these folks and about projects they are doing. It's so cool, nice, easy to see, comparing to our dirty work. Data everywhere in central of the heart of the business. And as we said, you know this infinite loop, very popular these days. Process. Start with the issue. Start your collaboration, communication in the issue. Don't put it in Slack or other weapon of choice. Wireframe from 1 to 6. For each change, this is our outcome. You should respect all steps to do your magic and your change. Without this, it's just the cowboy coding. This provides a proper process so you can keep your quality. ELTD, we already talked about that. ELT, ETL, whatever, we have D for documentation. Single source of truth. Put everything in one source. We call it handbook, you can call it as you want, but you should have this. Otherwise, it's fairly hard to find. This should be searchable, and everything your driver business should be there, including all data platform. Process, short-term direction, where we want to go. Short, mid-run. You see what we want to achieve. Same goes for strategic orientation, just do not get lost. Still want to be open core, open source, know our customer, and have our KPIs, which bring us moving forward all the time. Then, let's wrap everything up. But before that, what questions you have for me? Is it okay to have Q&A now? Yep, please. Sorry?
Does the handbook support vector search as well?
Factor search?
Yeah, like semantic search?
No, I think it's still on the old school level. I hate it, I think. I don't like it. But it's not so easy to find, to search what you're looking for. One tip for you is download everything down on my computer, check it out, and do search through PyCharm. But on the web page, it's not so good. So, yeah, I'm still complaining about the same.
Okay. I have another question on Slido.
Yep, please.
How did you put Airflow to production? How did you put Airflow to production?
Airflow to production? Yeah,
That's
we can spend a few... No, yeah, of course. Yeah, I like that. I'm just don't want to run out of the time, so provide the space. Long story short, GCP, our cluster, the data image, and our pipeline. So that's how things are going. So there are a few components very important for our installation. Everything is automated. It's running on GCP cluster. If you're interested in more, I like to talk about that. Let's do it after this talk. I will be around. Next one, please.
No other question on Slido?
Okay. Anything else, please? Yes. Yes, I would say yes and no. I like Spark, my weapon of choice. I like dbt, my weapon of choice. If you search my name, GitLab, dbt tutorial, you'll find the full tutorial 101 for dbt. Try to compare features. Also, we can talk about that later. We're running out of time, so I want to be very, very efficient. Okay, anything else? I'm outside. We are not done yet. Keep in progress, under construction mindset, please. Move fast and stay on the trajectory you defined or your company defined. Don't forget about the bigger picture. DevSecOps, open core, open source, probably the only way to survive today, do your beautiful work tomorrow. Go for a boring solution. We are always looking about shiny new features, handbooks, frameworks, whatever, boring solution or best practice can do the work for you. We also have award on yearly basis for the most boring solution in the company, which is so funny, and you will have a few $1,000. Be very strict and disciplined about your code quality and everything about the source control. Put everything you need in your project. Probably this is obsolete, you know your work, but still worth to mention. More strict about testing your code and automated everything. Be so lazy. Do everything you can to be lazy. Very cruel about code-based quality. Do not play with this. I know all of you feel the pain if something is wrong in production. It costs you money, mental health, and everything else. Please, and automated everything. Single source of truth, handbook, documentation. Very vital for your work. This is your brand. This is what you need to have. Steal it from us if you don't need to spend your time on your own. Live your values and promote your values. What we are doing, we are using our product to build data product, also known as an enterprise data platform, and to analyze the data from our product called GitLab. So that is what we are doing actually. Now this makes more sense, I think. Everyone can contribute, and this is me. If you have more questions, any requests, I'm always open for discussion, coffee chats, whatever you think it's going to be interesting. It's not about product, it's more about operational model of our company. Nothing more to say than grazie. Thank you very much.
Okay, let me to thanks Radovan for your talk, and we have other 5 minutes for your question. So if you have any question, I have no other question on Slido, but if someone in this room can have a question,
so we have more time.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
Oh, I will be slower. Any more question?
Okay,
please. Yeah, we tried a couple of times with together all team members in one place, but because of Corona and these beautiful masks, this reminds me of all times, it doesn't happen. Usually it's kind of on team level, on random level, and you can gather at minimum 4 folks for 2 teams. Here is the money, you could go anywhere. So I used that money to swim in the Montenegro, so it was a really great time. So that's one of the options, right? But I'm crying and really looking forward to meet with all team members from my team, which is, of course, the great. Otherwise, it can be a little bit schizophrenic, you know. So.
Other question? Okay, if we have another question, thanks. Another way.
Thank you.
And in a couple of minutes, you can take your coffee break down the stairs.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, including me. These are...